the audience is understanding what's going on. We have a few RCs that are being processed that pertain to the ACRs that are coming up first. So we're not going to start the meeting until those RCs are distributed, which should be, 10 minutes or so?
At the most.
Yeah, at the most. Art? Art? Are these what we were waiting on? Oh, that's it? Okay. Let's get started then.
One second.
Huh? No. I recognize them. Yeah.
We're ready. Yeah, they're ready.
Okay.
When you are.
We'll call the meeting to order. It is 8:36 in the morning. You have been given two RCs, which were RCs in last year's meetings, that pertain to both items 2 and 3, if I'm not mistaken, ACR 2 and 3. And if you need time to read them before we get into deliberations on those, I'll certainly acquiesce and take a recess. But I'm going to proceed. Mr. Pappas wanted about 45 seconds, no more, to clarify something that he presented to us yesterday, and I'm going to give him the opportunity to do so. So, George, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yesterday, I misspoke. I made a mistake. I misspoke regarding a proposal to add seats to the Federal Subsistence Board. We all know that that's something tribes and corporations have been asking for, and it's something that folks are considering, but there is no proposal before us. I just want to make that very clear. I made a mistake. I apologize, Mr. Chair, members of the board, and the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that generate any questions from anybody on the board? Seeing none, we go into deliberations. We have all 7 members of the board present, accounted for. And the first one up will be ACR number 2. Does anybody need time to read the 2 RCs that were just put on the table?
One of them is the wrong document.
One of them is the wrong document. Delightful. So do we need time to get the correct document? We stand in recess. Go back on record. Has everyone had an opportunity to look at the RC 35 that was just distributed with the caption Area M Saners Association and Camp? Everybody had a chance to read that? And we'll proceed. Mr. Nelson, will you describe what,
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I just want to clarify that we mistakenly grabbed the wrong document that Member Carlson Van Dort had asked for, so we replaced the RC 35. So the first one that came around that was, I believe, on Trident letterhead has been replaced. You guys can just throw that one away. That wasn't the RC she asked for.
thank you. Okay, we're now to deliberations on ACR 2. Staff?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Jeff Wadley, Regional Management Biologist for Western Region. And next to me is Matt Keys, who is the South Peninsula Area Management Biologist for Area. ACR number 2, reduce fishing time and repeal chum salmon harvest triggers in the South Unimak and Shumagan Islands June Salmon Management Plan 5AAC 09.365.
Move to adopt.
Is there a second?
Second, Saray.
Proceed.
What the agenda change request seeks to change. This seeks to change the South Unimak and Shumagan Islands June Management Plan by reducing the number of hours open to commercial fishing and repealing chum salmon harvest triggers. The plan is in effect from June 6th through June 28th with 5 commercial fishing periods ranging in duration from 66 to 88 hours. The Board of Fisheries amended the plan in January of '23 after extensive deliberation to reduce fishing time for purse seine gear only during the first 2 commercial fishing periods from 88 hours to 68 hours for the first period and from 88 hours to 66 hours for the second period. This change effectively increased the duration of closure windows between fishing periods to allow for chum salmon migration through the fishing area. The plan was also amended to include 2 chum salmon harvest triggers that reduce fishing time when reached and to close the Sanak Island section, an area of known high chum salmon abundance. All salmon caught must be retained and reported on a fish ticket. Staff assessment of the agenda change request. Is there a fisheries conservation purpose or reason? No. Does the agenda change request correct an error in regulation? No. Does the agenda change request address an effect of a regulation on a fishery that was unforeseen when the regulation was adopted? No. Additional information. The 2023 South Unimak and Shumagan Islands June fishery concluded on June 28th at 11:59 p.m. The estimated in-season harvest for the June fishery was 1,739 kings, 881,288 sockeye, 213,425 pinks, and 199,888 chum salmon. The harvest of sockeye salmon was below the 10-year average of 1,607,755 fish and below the 20-year average of 1.4 million fish. The 2023 chum salmon harvest was well below the 10-year average of 517,180 fish and the 20-year average of 459,007 fish. In 2023, the fleet and processors collaborated to reduce their harvest of chum salmon in June through a voluntary program whereby members of the purse seine fleet shared catch information with one another in real time and coordinated efforts to avoid harvesting chum salmon. All purse seine fleet members participated in this program. The fleet communicated daily with the department to provide updates on voluntary actions taken to reduce chum salmon harvest. A total of 26 voluntary stand-down events, including no fishing by purse seine and drift gillnet vessels, June 10th, were implemented by the fleet. In addition, 2 in-season actions were taken by the department to conserve Chignik River early run sockeye salmon. The fishing period beginning June 16th was reduced from 66 hours to 33 hours duration, and the fishing period beginning June 20th was reduced from 88 hours to 44 hours duration. Most of the drift gillnet fleet departed the South Alaska Peninsula by June 20th to pursue fishing opportunities on the north side of the Alaska Peninsula. In 2023, the Alaska Wildlife Troopers conducted an extensive enforcement effort during the June Shumagan Islands and South Unimak fishery. AWT contacted over 100 of the 209 permit holders that made landings in June. Several fishermen were cited by the Alaska Wildlife Troopers during the 2023 fishing season for failing to retain all salmon caught during the 2023 June fishery. The department relies on fish ticket information to make in-season management decisions and discarding salmon. Prior to reporting on a fish ticket increases uncertainty in harvest estimates. However, the department does not believe the magnitude of discarding observed in the 2023 presents a management or conservation concern. The most recent harvest stock composition estimates indicate that coastal western Alaska, which includes chum salmon from Bristol Bay, Kuskokwim River, Lower and Middle Yukon, and Norton Sound, represent only 17.7% of the June chum salmon harvest. Most of the June chum salmon harvest in 2022 was comprised of Asian origin fish, 58%. Stock composition estimates from the 2023 fishery are not yet available. Summer chum salmon returns to the Yukon River were considerably stronger in 2023 than in 2021 and 2022. Subsistence fishing for chum salmon with selective gear types to conserve king salmon was opened with unrestricted time in the coastal district and for 72 hours per week in districts 1 and 2 beginning June 26th. Districts further upriver opened as the chum salmon migration progressed and fishing opportunity was provided 24 hours per day, 7 days per week beginning on July 9th. Preliminary pilot station sonar passage during the summer season was estimated to be 845,955 summer chum salmon, which provides confidence that final estimates of escapement will fall within the drainage-wide escapement goal range of 500 to 1.2 million fish. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any questions from any board members to staff? Let's go to the middle.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. So the Kuskokwim drainage-wide escapement goal was made. Are you monitoring tributaries? Somebody monitoring tributaries? Do we have any assessment of how the tributaries are doing?
I think they're trying to find an appropriate party for you.
Mr. Chair, board members, for the record, my name is John Linderman, AYK Regional Supervisor, Division of Commercial Fisheries. We don't have a drainage-wide escapement goal for Kuskokwim. I think you might have been referring to the drainage-wide escapement goal for summer chum Yukon River.
Yes, please sort me out, because, yeah. Let's start with the Yukon River. So you have a drainage-wide escapement goal in the Yukon River. Is that only for summer, or is that also for fall?
It's also for fall. We have, it's 300,000 is the lower bound of fall chum Yukon, and 500,000 is the lower bound for summer chum Yukon.
And you made the drainage-wide escapement goal for summer, but not
Correct.
for fall?
Correct.
And are you monitoring tributaries in the Yukon for summer chum?
Yes, we are.
And how are they performing?
Off the top of my head, fairly consistent with, for summer chum, fairly consistent with that much better run that we saw this year. In that regard, I'd have to look up the specific escapements on individual tributaries. I can certainly get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you. And then for the Kuskokwim, can you just, I think Jeff probably just ran through it, but man, I have a hard time keeping up with you.
Sorry.
So could you just, again, just remind the room and myself how the Kuskokwim is managed, please, for chum?
With Kuskokwim River, we really only have escapement, tributary level escapement estimates. We are currently working on developing and assessing the entire run, but we don't currently have a drainage-wide run assessment or estimate of drainage-wide run abundance on the Kuskokwim, nor an escapement goal would be the next step after we're able to achieve that. Again, I'd have to look up the specific results of escapements for chum salmon on the Kuskokwim at the tributary level this year. But in general, we did see a slight improvement in Kuskokwim chum salmon this year. Perhaps not quite as much as we saw for summer chum on the Yukon, but definitely an improvement over the past couple of years.
Did those tributaries meet escapement goals?
I'd have to look that
Okay,
information
great.
up and get it back.
And then lastly, I think that, was there any commercial opportunity on either of those rivers this year?
For chum salmon?
Yes, please.
No.
And then was there subsistence opportunity on either of those rivers this year?
Yes, there was subsistence opportunity on both systems for multiple species, for summer chum salmon on the Yukon, not for fall chum salmon. on the Yukon, with the exception of a single tributary for fall chum salmon in the upper river in Subdistrict 5D, that we did project to achieve the escapement goal on that tributary. So fall chum salmon opportunity was provided within that specific tributary drainage, but not in the main stem Yukon.
Was the subsistence harvest restricted in any way from normal practices? For example, unrestricted, was it restricted in any way?
In both systems, yes, there were restrictions on subsistence fishing. Even in the context of summer chum fishing on the Yukon, there wasn't any gillnet opportunity, subsistence opportunity that was provided, which is the predominant gear type that's used for all subsistence fishers. So it was live release gear types only for summer chum salmon on the Yukon to ensure conservation and live release of king salmon.
So does that mean, if I might, Mr. Chair, thank you for the latitude, does that mean that it was dip netting and monitored fish wheels? Is that what the subsistence?
Correct.
opportunity-
Live release gears would be dip nets, fish wheels, and beach seines. That requires the live release of all king salmon.
Right. How does that work in exceptionally high water conditions? Do you
It can be
have-
challenging.
Yeah.
It's definitely, even in the best conditions, live release gear types is not a very efficient methodology, certainly compared to gill nets. I think fishermen on the Yukon are very adaptive, have become quite good at utilizing those methodologies. But is it at the same efficiency level or harvest potential as gill nets? No.
Does the department consider it to be a reasonable opportunity?
That would be a board determination.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further?
Not right now.
Commissioner, are you trying to get my
So I
attention?
think the question of reasonable opportunity has to be balanced against our treaty obligations of passing Chinook salmon past the Canadian border. So it may not reflect the opportunity that has traditionally occurred with gill nets, but as long as we have king conservation goals and a passage objective to get us through to Canada, we are going to continue restricting gill net gear. But we're going to provide that opportunity with other gear types.
Any questions related to the supplemental information given by the commissioner? Thank you very much. Go ahead.
I had a question about the Yukon River, the upper Yukon River tributaries escapements. I don't have the amounts either, but I think the places like the Chena, Salcher, Anvik, they seem to be, if I remember, might have been like 1/10 of the, recommended escapement goal, something like that, Mr. Lindman. Is that true? Or something like that?
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Desiree, the one tributary I was referring to is the Tjindrik tributary, which U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service does operate a sonar project on for fall chum salmon. And that was a standout, unique situation. The remaining escapement goals, both within Alaska and Canada, for fall chum salmon were not reached. They were poor escapements. The Tjindrik was a unique situation, and we did provide opportunity within that tributary for fall chum salmon because we projected to and did ultimately achieve the escapement goal on that system.
Continue
Yes,
if you have
thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me, it's my fault. I was talking about, this is summer chum, Chena, Salcher, Anvik, and we ran a science project on a disease up in the upper Yukon, so we were, or I provided services, and I mean, it was, there was hardly any summer chum. I've fished all my life up there, and it was, I'd say it was on the order of a problem similar to like Chena, Salcher, and Anvik, So, I mean, it just seems like there's a definite conservation problem with summer chum up in the upper river,
And your question is there a conservation problem? I'm trying to think.
yeah, I mean, I'd like to address the summer chum issue on Chena, Salcher, Anvik, and places like that. Is it like 1/10 or something of the escapement goal?
Through the chair, Mr. Desiree, To clarify, it was a much better summer chum run this past year in 2023, but by no means a huge run. We've seen runs of summer chum salmon in excess of 2 million, approaching 3 million. What it was a much better summer chum run than the last couple of years of just record low runs, as well as a run size that was large enough to provide some subsistence harvest opportunity, as well as to achieve the escapement goal, bearing in mind that escapement goal is 500,000 to 1.2 million. So the total run size fell right within about the middle of that escapement goal. So it was by no means a tremendous summer chum run, just much, much better and much appreciated, especially from the standpoint of providing some subsistence harvest opportunity. But we're still looking at below average runs, but a very well-received improvement this year on summer chum.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Okay. Any,
If I may, oh, sorry.
one moment, Commissioner. Any other questions from board of that presentation?
I just have an education question, I guess, is, does summer chum have the same range up the Yukon as fall chum? Or are there limitations or barriers to how far you'd see the summer chum compared to the fall chum?
Yeah, that's a great question. Through the chair. So summer chum don't extend much beyond the Tanana River drainage and its confluence with the main stem Yukon. They do extend beyond the confluence up into lower sections of the main stem Yukon and some of those tributaries. But the predominant abundance of summer chum salmon is from the Tanana River downstream. It's about the inverse for fall chum salmon, where fall chum salmon are from Tanana River upstream into Canada is where their spawning distribution occurs. So there's almost an inverse distribution between summers and fall chum.
Commissioner?
John, I know we don't have the projection out for next year yet, but what are you forecasting? Are you forecasting to meet the escapement goal and have subsistence opportunity, or when will we know that?
Through the chair, Commissioner, we are in the process, obviously, of producing summary information, especially the harvest component of that equation, which is an ongoing postseason subsistence harvest survey. So until we have all that data, conducting the analysis to determine our forecast for the run next year would be a little bit premature. What I would say to the question, though, is that the trend is very encouraging. You typically, when you see a run abundance like the record low runs that we've seen in recent year on summer chum salmon, and then we see a bump up like this, that's very encouraging. You would expect that trend to continue in some form. Does that mean it's going to continue to increase to much higher levels? That's uncertain, and even a forecast might not be able to tell you that. But it's a very encouraging sign, and we would expect that trend to continue.
Mr. Rabung?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just thought, since we do have some new members that weren't here when this was discussed at length last spring, I'd point out a few things. And I just did some back of the napkin calculations here. So let's call it 200,000 chums were harvested in REM this year. Last year's genetic analysis showed that 17.7% of those were CWAC stock, and CWAC stock is coastal western Alaska stock. It extends from, it includes Bristol Bay stocks, Kuskokwim stocks, Yukon stocks, and Norton Sound stocks. So 17.7 last year, let's call it 20% this year. That adds up to 40,000 chum spread between those four major drainages. I just thought I'd, share that context. And that's not hard numbers or anything, that's just, speculative math. When we get our results from this year's genetic analysis, we can refine that.
We'll remove it from the back of the napkin, right?
Correct, thank you.
Any questions generated? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe this one's for Jeff. I don't know if you could restate quickly what the sockeye harvest was in REM this year, and maybe what the comparison was to that over the last couple years.
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter, I'm going to let Matt take care of that. He's got the information right in front of him, so.
Mr. Carpenter, through the chair, the sockeye harvest was about, in 2023, was about 888,000. And in 2022, it was over 3 million. And 2021, I believe it was right around 3 million as well. So in comparison to the last several years of June, the sockeye harvest was considerably smaller than what it has been in last recent years.
Follow up, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that information. I'm just curious, maybe from your professional opinion. I mean, I know that the runs of sockeyes vary dramatically in Bristol Bay. What do you attribute that lower sockeye harvest this year to, from your professional perspective?
Mr. Carpenter, through the chair, the fish just simply weren't in the area this year. Could be temperatures. This summer was considerably colder than it had been in the past. And there's a variety of reasons. Sometimes, I mean, this happens in the past as well, where the fish just do not travel through the area. They take a different route to Bristol Bay or the other tributaries that they're headed for. And it's highly speculative, but we don't really have a full reason why they weren't in the area in an abundance that they typically, like we've seen in the last 2 years.
Anything further? No. Okay. Any other questions? Thank you all to staff. I'd like Wildlife Trooper to give us an update on the violations that were issued out there by gear type, by numbers, et cetera, if you would, Captain.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just to clarify a couple of our numbers here. Of the, I think specifically having to do with the fail to retain.
Pull your mic a little closer, would you, Captain?
Sure.
Thank you.
In regards to the fail to retain citations, we had issued 9 citations. Those were off of 5 different boats. One was a seiner, 3 drift gill, and 1 set net. Just to add some context to those citations.
So that you'd have 1 set net, 1 seiner, and how many drift?
3.
3. So, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Any questions of the captain?
I do. I got 2 questions. One was this an ordinary amount of enforcement in June, or was it increased?
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, this was an increased proactive patrol. We do patrol the area regularly during the season. What made this different is we brought in a helicopter with long-range camera capabilities that allowed us to kind of see folks without them knowing we were in the area. Typically, the Stimson or Chimay rolls in and people know we're there. And it's hard to approach a lot of the boats because it's such a vast area. It's wide, spread open. People don't fish close together, so it's hard to approach people. Sneak up on people, if you will, and see what's going on before somebody might change their behavior. So the helicopter being there was additional patrol that we had never done before using that technology.
Okay. And then were these violations in June only, or were they spread out through the summer?
The fail, through the chair, Mr. Wood, the fail to retain were in June, all within about a 4 or 5 day window. Our helicopter patrol was only there for maybe 5 days intermittently due to weather.
And one last one, I guess this may not be applicable because of the distance between boats, but do you ever get reports from other fishing vessels out there of other vessels not following the law, violating?
Well, we do, through the chair, Mr. Wood, we do occasionally get reports, but again, because that is so spread out and people fish so spread out in that area, it's a bit unusual if somebody is fishing near another person where that could be observed. So we do, but it's pretty small.
Thank you.
1 second, just want to put something else on the record. I neglected to ask you, have all of these gone through the trial system, or where do we stand as far as whether there have been convictions of plea bargains or whatever?
Mr. Chairman, it's still pending litigation. I know it's talking to Department of Law that all 5 of those boats have been, they're in kind of negotiations for, potential pleas or decisions if they're going to go to trial.
So you would not be allowed to discuss particulars until that happens?
Correct.
Okay. Mrs. Zaray, then Mr. Godfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Then it would be probably safe to say that you couldn't comment on the numbers of chum that were discarded in some of these cases, because that's maybe too private.
Through the chair, anecdotally, most of these cases, just a few fish were being seen thrown from the boat, most of these, before we were observed in the area.
Right, okay.
There's obviously different numbers, but they're small amounts of fish.
Okay, thank you. And then, considering the fact that you put out this effort, this enforcement effort in the area that you did, and then the area that wasn't looked at, but you saw this amount of cases in this one area, do you have an opinion on, is that reflective of a much larger problem, or maybe not a, very big problem, or is that something that you could give, like, an opinion on that, if you get what I mean?
Through the chair, I get what you mean, but it would be very speculative to guess like that.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Godfrey.
My question was pretty much the same as the chair just asked you. So just to clarify, though, as of now, none of them, to your knowledge, have pled guilty as of now?
Through the chair, I have heard from Department of Law that one has verbally accepted a plea, but it hasn't been finalized.
Okay.
So I think they're being worked on as we speak, and might see some movement on those over the next days or weeks.
Okay. And this may be a moot point by the time there's final disposition on any of the cases, but it would be worthwhile in a similar event, obviously, you're not in control of that, to hear when they did plead guilty, what their rationale for doing that was. But thank you, appreciate that.
Any other questions of the captain? Mr. Wood?
Sorry, not of the captain.
Oh, okay. I just have a closing comment. This board last year passed a letter, signed a letter, asking for more enforcement. You folks responded in spades, and I want to thank you very, very much and encourage you to continue doing so. Very appreciated. There you go. Any other staff members? I don't believe. We can go directly into deliberations on ACR number 2. We have a motion on the floor to adopt. Does anybody wish to address that? Mr. Wood?
I have a question for Member Zaray, actually, just geographically. I'm trying to put this all together. So Area M, the summer, the restrictions in June were predominantly focused at chums. The summer chum return to the Yukon typically goes as far as Rampart. And how far away these other rivers you mentioned, the Chena and the other two, how far away what's the distance upriver on the Yukon from Rampart are these other rivers? Would you expect to see summer chum in those rivers?
What does that have to do with the criteria?
Oh, I'm sorry, this is nothing to do with criteria.
Then I'm going to rule it out of order.
Geography. Okay, thank you.
We're going to stick to the criteria, folks. Anybody who wish to deliberate further on the 3 criteria? Margaret?
So I offered the RCs, RC 34 and 35, just to remind folks of what was agreed to last year. And one area that I find particularly disappointing and concerning, and that might speak to unforeseen, Mr. Chair, is with regards to the sort of the citations and whatnot. But on the second page, number 2, so I was trying to get a little bit more information about whether or not sales occurred after these citations occurred, and there seems, I've learned is that there's a bit of a disconnect between this agreement and enforcement capabilities, either with the fleet, for their own self-enforcement, with the processors, just by nature of due process and the fact that we're still waiting for some of this stuff. But In that investigation, I put forth an information request to the department, just whether or not, yes or no, no additional information of whether sales occurred after the dates of the citations or deliveries. And I was informed that I could not receive that information because of the confidentiality statute. And in number 2, on page 2, it says confidentiality waivers by permit holders and processor agreements for infractions of this agreement. And then the processors agree to enforce self-management program, including cutting off permit holders who do not comply. There was confusion, at least in my mind, between the conversations that I've had in the last day or two and when we passed it about what self-management of the fleet was and could be. And secondly, there was an expectation, at least for me, that those confidentiality waivers from the processors and individual permit holders was a part of this plan. And I was informed by the department that there were waivers on file from the processors, but none from individual permit holders. That was frustrating because this was part of the self-management, this adaptive self-management plan, and I feel like that didn't occur. And I just kind of wanted to put that on the record because in my mind, that speaks somewhat to unforeseen. That doesn't mean that I necessarily agree that this meets the ACR criteria, but I did want to make mention of that because that was a big part, at least in my mind, of how this plan was presented to us at the time and how I'm now learning how it was actually implemented or could not be implemented, as the case may be, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other deliberations? Mr. Godfrey?
Well, I don't have the benefit of being on the board at the time when this was adopted by the board, so I don't speak with the same authority that my colleague does about what was foreseen or not. I can only speculate. But that having been said, this to me would always be foreseeable. I mean, being on the board, adopting certain proposals that require the comportment of certain individuals with their conduct, disclosure, and behaving according to the law, whether reporting or otherwise, that's pretty much, that's the human factor. And from that standpoint, in a generic sense, I would consider this to be foreseeable, and this certainly doesn't meet the other 2 criteria. But again, I wasn't on the board at the time, so I do defer to my colleague who was.
Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I tend to agree with Mr. Godfrey. You know, when I go through the 3 criteria, I look at the assessment that the staff has presented us in their comments, and I don't find that the ACR falls with any of those 3. I think that when you look at unforeseen circumstances, I think, and obviously I don't condone anybody that violates any sort of law or anything like that, but I think that unforeseen circumstances happen in just about every kind of fishery that is within the state, and I think that that's the great benefit of having the state troopers involved in this whole process, and I think that they were involved with this process last winter. And so for those reasons, I can't support the way this ACR's written. Thank you.
Any other deliberations? If not, I'm going to jump in.
I'd like, sorry.
Who's talking?
May I, Mike Wood.
Okay, Mr. Wood.
And hopefully I'm in order here. Because I don't, okay, so this was a huge topic at confirmation hearings last year, this whole thing, and mostly by legislators. And I feel like we are completely, as jumping into the deep end of the pool, the new members on this, especially in a cycle year where we're going to be dealing with Cook Inlet. That said, it's been like on speed load trying to understand what this all means. And to go back and second guess what the board did 7 months ago is really difficult to do. And I can only trust that it was the best decision. Lastly, though, what I find there being a difficulty with is like in number 2, it says the board will not accept an agenda change request that is predominantly allocative in nature. And I think the allocation thing between the commercial and subsistence potentially is a really, it's difficult for me to go back and forth there. Like, there's a lot about subsistence I do not understand, and how this board deals with that in conjunction with the regulations we're making. And to me, that's you got to rely on science and the people around you to teach you these things. That said, I feel like this doesn't meet the criteria, but I do that reluctantly because I feel like I'm missing some information. But I guess that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Any other, Ms. Carlson Van Dort?
Just a couple thoughts I'd like to add. So with respect to the conservation criteria, I want to be clear that I believe there to be a continued conservation issue within the Alaska Peninsula fishery and some of its surrounding fisheries, whether that's Bristol Bay, AYK area fisheries, or Chignik area fisheries. That being said, those conservation discussions happened at length. I mean, they were lengthy, they were intense, and we talked about them a lot, and I want to acknowledge that on the record. The unforeseen portion of things, I've refused to accept that scofflaws are just kind of a part of being in the fishery. And one of the things that was most confusing to me about the citations and the dates of citations that occurred, particularly within the drift fleet, I would add, is that they agreed to terms of this, but then they were exempted from terms of this, and that's kind of why I wanted to review the plans and CAMP's agreement in terms of how they would engage in this self-adaptive management plan. What was confusing to me about those citations was, number one, they occurred in a drift fleet that wasn't really subject to, the restrictions, the time and area restrictions necessarily, and that they occurred also in July, some of them, when we're outside of this plan. So that begs the question to me, how widespread and how frequent is this practice? And that is very concerning, Mr. Chair, because it calls into question, the harvest numbers and allocative issues and all the things. So in my mind, if you stand up here and say chum chucking hasn't occurred in 20 years or a long time, and then there's 9 citations that were issued in the course of a month, for me, I mean, that does, I have to take people at their word, and that's unforeseen in my mind. Whether that meets, whether that meets the level of criteria that I think an ACR requires, I don't know, but I do want to make sure that, that's just really disturbing and incredibly disappointing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other deliberations, Mr. Carpenter?
Question.
I'd ask you to withdraw that, because I have comments to make on it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'd like to go through to make sure we have a complete record here, and there's no question that we covered all areas being requested in the ACR. They submitted 6 different solutions they were looking to accomplish through this ACR process, and I'll go through them one by one. And it's found on the second page of the ACR. Number 1 was to conduct an out-of-cycle Area M Board of Fish review of the areas, and to that, I would say, number 1, this board has no staff whatsoever to be putting together a formal review, whatever that review might encompass. It would have to rely upon the staff to make presentations, et cetera, and we have no authority to direct the staff to do that. We could have invited guests, I guess, but that would be the extent of it. But I didn't have to go that far, because the petitioner themselves in PC 39 tells me what the review is that they're seeking. And I'm just reading from it. The intent of the FAC and its ACR is to conduct a review prior to the 2024 season of the board decision of the February 23 Alaska Peninsula meeting to correct an unforeseen effect of changes to the South Umiak and Shumagan Island June Salmon Management Plan. They then go on to say, in other words, and I'm quoting directly, in other words, because the Alaska Peninsula Salmon Management Plan runs on a 3-year board cycle instead of annual in-season management plan, as every other fishery in Alaska operates, the FAC requests an out-of-cycle reconsideration of the June fishery management plan before the 2024 season. I would point out to you, we have very specific criteria for reconsideration that could have been done, and if that was their intent, should have been done at the meeting that action occurred. So I don't see that supporting number one at all, and I would suggest to you it doesn't meet any of the criteria. Number two, the department focus their attention almost exclusively on this, and I understand why. It's probably the only regulatory item in the whole bunch. But nonetheless, they addressed it, and I would just address further as far as how do I want to put this? The unforeseen circumstances seems to be 100% centered around the citations. The captain put on the record that they contacted 100 and something out of the 200 and something permit holders. We had a memorandum from the department some time ago as to all the hours they spent and manpower, et cetera, that went into this project, and it was extensive. So I think what they did was admirable. And for someone to rely upon saying that there was chum chucking as a result of what the board did in last year is not imaginative. This board, and I was the one that initiated it and suggested it, went so far before any of this came to fruition to have experts come in and testify, and it was dealing with cameras on board as far as being able to use to address the chum chucking problem. We know there's a chum chucking problem. There has been for years, and I hope we're going to address it in a more forceful way into the future, but it's going to require legislative action. But my point is, that is not what started chum chucking in the state of Alaska. It was there, it still is. We're going to try and get our hands around it, but it certainly doesn't provide any kind of unforeseen circumstance. And we're talking basically, as the captain put on the record, 3 drift boats, 1 seine boat, and a set netter. And at that level, I concur with the department. It doesn't reach the level of concern to be adopting or taking action as far as regulatory. Number 3, they want us to consider a plan for observers coverage for both the drift and seine fleets, as well as observer coverage point of delivery. And within the processing plant, I'd point out that we did have that work session, and the camera use on the boats was 1, cost prohibitive, and 2, not effective. But that was directly related to chum chucking. So other than camera, the only thing you could do is put an observer physically on board, and a lot of the boats probably could not handle that particularly well. I don't know that it's a realistic issue. And then lastly, the observer question came before us in a proposal last year and was rejected 7-0. You know, so it's not like this board didn't wrestle with the issue we have. And next one was number 4. Develop a plan for securing run reconstruction numbers on the Kuskokwim and increasing accuracy in numbers on the Yukon. Man, if you want somebody to support that, I'm with you 150%, but not, the board cannot direct the department to do this. We have no authority to do that. And I'm sure if we tried to, I'd have the red light over by the commissioner blinking on rather rapidly saying, no, 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 this is in our ballpark. And he'd be correct. Number 5, likewise, increase genetic sampling area and response time on analysis. Anyone that knows either myself or Mr. Carpenter or Ms. Van Dort fully understands we want more of that genetic testing. We want more of that analysis, and we'll do whatever we can. But once again, this board does not have jurisdiction. So regardless of whether it's an ACR or whether it's an actual proposer, it is not something the board has jurisdiction over. Number 6, consider a new Area M management plan with annual review that is more in line with the season management plans in the rest of Alaska. That was done last year. There was a new management plan put into effect. Some people like it, some people don't. I understand that. Though it'll not play a part in my ultimate consideration of the ACR, I, as chair, was trying to wrestle with, okay, what happens if this thing does receive support, and I've got to schedule it this year? Put it in UCI, put it in Lower Cook Inlet. I don't know where I'd put it, whether we'd have to have a special meeting, but that's a mechanical issue. But just nonetheless, it may be something to take into consideration to some degree. Lastly, and I want to point this out because to me it's obvious, but apparently it's not. Let's assume that a petitioner meets all 3 criteria. That does not compel this board to take it up. We still can say, thank you, but we feel it can be addressed elsewhere or in another manner. We do not feel that ACR is proper under the circumstances. So even if they've met the unexpected or unforeseen, or they met the regulation. You still have the ability as a board member to judge the entire scope of things and say, thank you, but no thank you. And lastly, I pointed out to a few of the people when I was talking informally, with you, there is a process which I hope they don't use and board members be very judicious of, but there is a statute on the books that says any two members or the commissioner can call a meeting. I'm not advocating that, and I want to make sure everybody understands that. And I would only say that that avenue is available. I hope it's never used unless it's absolutely necessary, and I would at least give my 2 cents worth, and it may not even be valued at that, to any board member who would be considering it, is that make sure if you do go that route, you've got a vehicle that's going to gain acceptance, and if you're going to be causing that kind of expense and time consumption. So with that, I'll be voting no on ACR 2, and would open for any other deliberations. If not, we'll go to the vote. Anyone else? If not, we'll go to a vote. You want to call a question now?
I'll call the question.
Thank you. Question's been called. Roll call, please.
Final action on ACR 2. Godfrey.
Nope.
Carpenter.
No.
Mike Wood.
No.
John Wood.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Zaray.
Yes.
Swenson.
No.
Motion fails, 1 in favor, 6 against, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We now move on to ACR 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. ACR 3, reduce commercial salmon seine depth in the southwestern and UNMAC districts of registration area M, 5AAC 09.332.
Motion to adopt.
Is there a second?
I second it, Mike Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This seeks to reduce seine depth from a maximum of 375 meshes to a maximum of 250 meshes. Purse seines or hand purse seines may not be less than 100 fathoms nor more than 250 fathoms in length. A purse seine or hand purse seine may not exceed 375 meshes in depth. Seine mesh may not be more than 3 1/2 inches, except that the first 25 meshes above the lead line may not be more than 7 inches. Leads may not be less than 50 fathoms nor more than 150 fathoms in length. Only one lead may be used with the seine. A lead may be attached to only one end of the seine, and the lead may not be attached to the boat end of the seine. The department does not collect information on how individual fishermen configure seines within these specifications. Staff assessment, is there a fisheries conservation purpose or reason? No. Does the agenda change request correct an error in regulation? No. Does the agenda change request address an effect of the regulation on a fishery that was unforeseen when the regulation was adopted? No. And as far as additional information, it was pretty much essentially the same as ACR 2, so I'll leave that.
Any questions? Any questions of staff? Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Thanks. Is there any benefit to shorter seines, particularly in the Cape fisheries, in terms of chum and/or king avoidance, Chinook avoidance? I.e., does a shorter net, I'm not asking this question, well, does a shorter net avoid kings and chums? Shallower, thank you, shallower.
Through the chair, Ms. Van Dort, I'm not aware of it being any advantage to catching less king, but I believe there's some information out there that may have done some studies that may have some information on that. We can look for that for you and provide it to you.
Anything further?
Well, I'm just wondering if there's an advantage, because again, to the conservation issue, I think that we've got Chinook problems all over Western Alaska. We've had one of the lowest, king returns in the Chinook management area. I'm looking for mechanisms to address conservation issues with respect to Chinook, but also if there's an advantage to chum as well. I mean, what I've been told anecdotally is that, some of these kings do run deep, and they, especially some of the ones that are feeding in these areas and are not quite ready to return yet. I recognize that those mature kings that are, working their ways around, might come up to shallower depths to sniff and catch a whiff of that fresh water to figure out where they need to go. But I do have grave concerns about the Nushkiak king salmon and Chignik king salmon, and I'm just wondering if there might be some benefit associated with shallower nets in some of these Cape fisheries. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions of staff? Thank you, sir. Any deliberations on ACR 3?
I have a question or comment. Kind of in line with Mrs. Carlson Van Dort, it appears that there is a trend for king and chum conservation to consider shallower nets. And if, in fact, this is a trend moving forward, especially with these nets that are made of Spectra now that are pretty much invincible, there could be some merit to this idea of having a shallower net. Personally, I've cut mine in half. I know it's been experimented with now in other places in the state, and there may be some merit to this idea of looking at shallower nets for conservation. Thank you.
Mr. Godfrey?
As it pertains to this ACR, it's uncompelling from my perspective. There's no reason. It can't be dealt with in cycle, and it doesn't meet any of the criteria.
Any other deliberations? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Mr. Godfrey. I agree with the state's assessment. I am also concerned about conservation of king salmon around the state. And I think that moving forward, if the state feels that there's compelling evidence, that I expect that would be brought before this board so that we can consider it. I think this proposal is obviously something, or this ACR is obviously something that could be held within the normal cycle. And I also think that there are potential parts to this that could become quite allocative. So in that regard, I would be opposed.
Mr. Swenson?
Do we have any idea how much, if he reduced it from the 350 to the 250, I think were the numbers, how much does that affect the seiners? I mean, in terms of caught fish?
You're asking staff that?
Yes.
Through the chair, no, we have no idea how much fewer fish they would catch if it was reduced.
That's probably because we've never tried the 250.
Through the chair, I'm not aware of anything right now, but I mean, we could look around the state, see if there's any shallower seine nets and try to come up with something if you'd like.
Okay, thank you.
Any other deliberations? Go ahead, no question.
Question.
Question's been called. Roll call, please.
On the motion to adopt ACR 3, Carpenter.
No.
Zaray.
No.
Godfrey.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Mike Wood.
No.
Swenson.
No.
John Wood.
No.
Motion fails, 1 in favor, 6 against.
Just let me know when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Matt Namath. I'm the Regional Management Coordinator for Region 2, Commercial Salmon and Herring Fisheries. Alongside me is Mr. Bert Lewis, the Regional Supervisor for Region 2, Commercial Fisheries. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Can we have a motion on the floor to adopt, please?
Move to adopt ACR number 4.
Second, Zaray.
Proceed.
Mr. Chair, do I need to read this into the record, ACR 4?
Yes.
Okay. ACR 4, repeal vessel specifications and operations that define Bristol Bay drift gillnet vessel lengths, 5 AAC 06.341. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any questions of staff? Do you have any supplemental info you need to provide or want to provide? If not, that's fine. I'm just giving you the opportunity should you want to use it.
Mr. Chair, this ACR seeks to repeal the 32-foot overall length restriction for Bristol Bay drift gillnet vessels. Staff assessment, is there a fishery conservation purpose or reason? No. Does the agenda change request correct an error in regulation? No. And does the agenda change request address an effect of a regulation on a fishery that was unforeseen when that regulation was adopted? No. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any questions to the staff? Hearing and seeing none. Any deliberations on ACR 4? Mr. Godfrey?
Well, taking the merit of the ACR and face value, I don't know the history of that boat size, the crane issue, Nigagik, or any of that, but I'll assume all of that's true and it had been addressed previously in 1980. It makes no sense that this can be done in cycle. It meets none of the three criteria, so I'll be voting no.
Any other deliberations? I concur with the comments by Mr. Godfrey. You wish to comment?
Yeah, I concur with the both of yous. Just
Okay.
for the record, Zure.
Any further deliberations?
Question?
Question's been called. Roll call, please.
On the motion to adopt ACR 4, Swenson,
No.
Mike Wood,
No.
John Wood,
No.
Carpenter,
No.
Carlson Van Dort,
No.
Zure,
No.
Godfrey.
No.
Motion fails, 0-7, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We'll now go to ACR. ACR 5, do we have same staff up for this one?
ACR 5, redefine Bristol Bay commercial salmon vessel specifications and operations, 5 AAC 06.341. Mr. Chair.
Move to adopt.
Is there a second?
Second.
And staff?
Mr. Chair, this ACR seeks to amend Bristol Bay drift gillnet vessel specifications, defining vessel additions extending beyond the 32-foot overall length limit. Staff assessment, is there a fishery conservation purpose or reason? No. Does the agenda change request correct an error in regulation? No. And does the agenda change request address an effect of a regulation on a fishery that was unforeseen when that regulation was adopted? No. Mr. Chair.
Any questions of staff? Seeing none. Go into deliberations. Anybody wish to deliberate ACR 5? Mr. Godfrey?
Same comments as my previous one, ACR 4, apply here.
Any other deliberations? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wrestled with this. I've been wrestling with this since last year. I will speak specifically to criteria C, which is an unforeseen circumstance. I think there are portions of this ACR that fall within the criteria, at least in my own mind. I think this is a unique situation. It's a controversial situation in Bristol Bay specific to the 32-foot limit. I think some of these regulations, I believe most of them were written in 1991, which is about 30-some years ago. I think vessels have changed, equipment has changed, the nature of making those vessels safe has changed. I think the interesting problem is that while I do feel that it falls within the criteria of number C, and I do feel that it is within the board's purview to move this forward if they see fit, I'm also concerned about keeping such an important topic on the normal schedule so that the most participants that are living in the Bristol Bay region and that are participating in this fishery have the ability to fully participate and comment on something that's going to be kind of a drastic change. So I'm going to leave it at that for now. I'm curious to see if anyone else has any feelings along that line, and I'll hold my yes or no portion till later. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Carlson Van Dort.
Thank you. I agree with a lot of what Member Carpenter just put on the record. That being said, unforeseen, I struggle with a little bit. Yes, there have been aspects of that fishery and the gear and the boats that have changed considerably. It's been an evolution that's happened over many years. We just were in a Bristol Bay meeting cycle. There was no proposal submitted to address any of those issues. And, you know, there was, I guess, a little bit of new information in terms of the wildlife troopers' interest in actually conducting enforcement in this space at the request of members of that fleet. So I think that, you know, it behooves the fleet to start thinking about what makes the most sense for them, and I would prefer to have that conversation in cycle, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Any other deliberation? Mr. Wood?
My only thought was to ask enforcement directly on the urgency of this. I agree with Mr. Carpenter and Ms. Carlson Van Zort about it meeting potentially C, and I wonder if there's any urgency for law enforcement.
Captain?
Mr. Wood, through the chair, no, hearing the comments here, I would agree with them as well in terms of timeline and getting people involved. We're neutral on this. We don't have an opinion what the boat length should be. We just want, at some point, clarification of the statute, all these exemptions to be cleaned up so that there's not confusion with the fleet, and it makes enforcement much easier.
While the captain's on the floor, the wildlife troop has put in a statement as to their position. Has that position changed at all since the statement was submitted to us?
Mr. Chairman, no.
Thank you. Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one more comment specifically to the wildlife troopers. This is a very important topic. I think this is going to garner a lot of attention. I think that, like I stated earlier, specific to the criteria, that some of this needs to be cleared up, not only for the users' perspectives, but also from the troopers' perspective, that they have better things to be doing than dealing with some of this language that was, you know, written such a long time ago. My personal opinion is it's a 3-year cycle, and I understand that you've stated, that the troopers have stated a position as to how they're going to deal with this in the future. My personal opinion is I can't obviously tell the troopers what to do, but if there's any way to let the normal cycle happen so that maybe that this can be resolved before a bunch of tickets and a bunch of wasted time goes into trying to correct these errors before we can come to a reasonable solution. And I just state that.
Thank you. Ms. Carlson Van Dort?
Thank you. And to build off of that, what I recall Captain Frenzel saying around the table, and perhaps it's contained in some of the correspondence, is that the focus was not going to be on the safety pieces that, you know, are peripheral to the boat, ladders, things like that. But, you know, some of the more, I don't know if egregious is the quiet word, but some of the features that may have been added outside of the 32-foot length that may provide significant advantage. And I think that there's a lot of conversations that were occurring amongst enforcement and the fleet, and I'd like to see those continue, recognizing that the focus is not necessarily on those features of the ship that has, you know, safety benefits.
Mr. Godfrey?
The reality is, even if this is a relic with some unintended, unforeseen consequences that dates back to the early 90s, why is it a crisis now? Why is time of the essence now? 30-some years it's been. Surely it can wait till it's in cycle. And as for the ambiguity in the regs, I would ask the captain if, you know, the vast majority of statutes and regulation on the books when it comes to law enforcement is enforced from a discretionary standpoint by the numbers. Is there any reason AST can't exercise discretion here as either a command decision in the field or from a policy standpoint based on that detachment, saying, until we get further clarity, we're just not going to enforce this?
Captain?
Yes, through the chair. Absolutely. Our approach this season was one of discretion and being mostly of education. We spent a lot of time, our troopers in the field, talking to the permit holders, and a lot of inspections were done before season. There was some cleaning up of some folks that appeared to be out of compliance before the season started. When we got on the water, this was not a primary focus at all. I think a couple warnings were given out. And a lot of our response to some of these issues that come up from the board in the past, when we've had the board ask us questions to focus on this or not, those are things we certainly take into account, have pre-season discussions about. So if, the wish of the board is to do that, that's something we'll talk about for the next season planning and make our plans, appropriately.
Thank you for that, Captain. That just further solidifies my no vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Swenson?
Well, I think it all comes down to the quality of the fish versus the advantage. And I would hope to say the same, that we would concentrate on the issues where advantage is taking place and overlook issues where quality is important. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just have a couple of comments. Ms. Carlson Van Dart hit the nail on the head. This was not a part of the agenda last time around, but, and it's a huge but, we had a huge number of folks that were from the area that addressed this very issue. Mr. Carpenter spent hour upon hour working with them to see if some kind of solution couldn't come forward out of those discussions. And apparently, the sides drew lines in sand, and we didn't get to consider the issue as a result of that. And this is an outcropping. And apparently, what motivated the immediate interest last year was what they public perceived as lack of enforcement, giving acquiescence to going beyond 32 feet. I really don't have a lot of sympathy. 32 feet is 32 feet. So it's pretty clear what they could do or couldn't do, and they pushed the limits, and some of them went over. And now we find out that after the effort of education and de minimis enforcement on this issue this summer, several of them, numerous now, have made modifications to come into compliance. So what do? Just take it out of right now? And those people who made a good, earnest attempt and spent the money and time and effort to do so, are going to have second thoughts in the future. I'll be a no vote.
Question.
Mrs. Zaray, did you have something else to say?
I was, and it's not that important. But
Okay.
I would just like to see this go before the full
Okay.
cycle. And I'm really concerned that the troopers this thing about 32 feet, I mean, that needs to be, if there's some safety things that need to be put on the back of a boat or whatever, but I mean, this just needs to be something really simple so that enforcement I'm really concerned about the comments I've read from enforcement, that it is just almost unenforceable, some of this stuff, It's really hard to deal with, so I'd like to just see that done, but see it done during the regular cycle.
Okay. Question's been called. Roll call, please.
On the motion to adopt ACR 5, Mike Wood,
No.
Godfrey,
No.
Carlson Van Dort,
No.
Zaray,
No.
John Wood,
No.
Carpenter,
No.
Swenson.
No.
Motion fails, 0-7, Mr. Chair.
I'll go to ACR 6. Staff?
ACR 6, increase maximum size of Bristol Bay drift gillnet vessel anchor rollers, 5 AAC 06.341. This ACR seeks to increase lawful size of anchor rollers for Bristol Bay drift gillnet vessels. Staff assessment, is there a fishery conservation purpose or reason? No. Does the agenda change request correct an error in regulation? No. Does the agenda change request address an effect of a regulation on a fishery that was unforeseen when that regulation was adopted? No, Mr. Chair.
Move to adopt ACR 6.
Second.
Any questions of staff? Thank you. Go into deliberations. Any deliberations on ACR 6? Mr. Godfrey?
Yeah, I don't see this meeting of the criteria. Furthermore, if this had not in fact been heard when Bristol Bay was just in cycle, as the comments indicated by the proposer, he doesn't believe it ever been heard, then I can't, once again, imagine this is a crisis where time is of the essence, out of cycle, when it wasn't brought up a few months back. So I think it could wait till it's in cycle.
Anybody, any other, Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just reference my comments from the last ACR for this one. Thank you.
Any other deliberations? Mrs. Swenson?
I just have one question that would help me out is the advantage to having a bigger roller so you can get the nets in and out quicker, therefore making things more efficient and fast to catch more fish? Or is that an anchor? Okay. Thank you.
Any other deliberations? Go ahead and go.
Question?
Question's been called. Roll call on ACR 6.
On the motion to adopt ACR 6, Godfrey.
No.
Mike Wood.
No.
John Wood.
No.
Zaray.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Swenson.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Motion fails 0-7, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We'll be going on to ACR 7. We have same staff for this one? Okay. After we finish with this ACR 7, we'll take a small break.
Mr. Chair, board members, for the record, my name is John Litterman, Department of Fish and Game, Arctic Yukon Kuskokwim Regional Supervisor. ACR 7, increase maximum gillnet mesh size in the Yukon area commercial salmon fishery, 5 AEC 05.331. Mr. Chair.
Move to adopt ACR 7.
Second, Zaray.
Thank you. Staff?
This agenda change request would clarify current regulations to include a maximum mesh size of 7.5 inches for directed king salmon commercial fisheries in Yukon area districts 1 through 6. Currently, gillnets of 6-inch or smaller mesh are established by emergency order and during times when the commissioner determines it is necessary for the conservation of a salmon species. Gillnet mesh size can also be established at 7.5 inches by emergency order for the conservation of salmon. Staff assessment of the agenda change request. Is there a fishery conservation purpose or reason? No. Does the agenda change request correct an error in regulation? No. Does the agenda change request address an effect of a regulation on a fishery that was unforeseen when that regulation was adopted? No. Additional information, historically, gillnet mesh size was unrestricted during directed king salmon fishing on the Yukon River. In 2010, the Alaska Board of Fisheries adopted Proposal 90 that established a maximum mesh size of 7.5 inches for all Yukon area gillnet fisheries. Existing gillnet fishery regulations were amended to be consistent with this maximum gillnet mesh size. The board met in Anchorage from January 14th to the 18th of 2023 to discuss proposals relating to commercial fishing within the Yukon area. Proposal 88 was submitted by the department to consolidate and simplify existing Yukon area commercial gillnet specifications and operations. Over the course of this January 2023 board meeting, Yukon area stakeholders raised concerns that Proposal 88 may unintentionally restrict the mesh size allowed during directed king salmon gillnet commercial fisheries to 6 inches or less. This would functionally close the Yukon River directed king salmon commercial fishery. In response to this concern, RC 34 was submitted by the Yukon Delta Fisheries Development Association seeking to amend Proposal 88 and clarify that 7.5 inch mesh gillnets would still be allowed during directed king salmon commercial fishing. During deliberations on Proposal 88, amended language within RC 34 was brought up for consideration. The board made no motion to further discuss or adopt RC 34, and final action was taken on Proposal 88, which passed unanimously. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any questions to staff, Commissioner?
Yeah, I might just add, though, given the status of king salmon in the Yukon River and our treaty obligations to pass fish into Canada, I have no intention of using 7.5-inch mesh gear in that river system in the immediate future, at least until the next board cycle, where that could be deliberated.
Appreciate the information. Mrs. Ray, were you trying to get my attention?
Yes, thank you,
recognized.
Mr. Chair. I'm very familiar with this, and I have, I've probably promoted the non-use of large mesh gill nets in the Yukon River, my AC and me, as much as anybody. But I feel that it seems like this is a mistake, that it was not the intention. And I guess it could be taken care of, I guess that comment that it could be taken care of in the regular board cycle, because there's, like the commissioner says, there's no intention of ever having a directed commercial king fishery anytime soon in the Yukon with 7.5-inch mesh.
And which of the criteria are you addressing?
Well, I think that the error in regulation, for one
Okay.
thing, and, but again, I feel bad that ethically I can't not support this, because even though I've supported 6-inch mesh maximum, we're putting proposals, RAC and me pushed proposals before the board on this many times as a conservation measure, but I think this is a mistake. But if it doesn't get dealt with here, I think it needs to be corrected or addressed by the board. And if the board doesn't want 7.5-inch mesh, then they need to decide on that, sometime in the future. But I guess it could be put off till the regular board cycle. But I just want to get it on the record that this, I do consider this a mistake. It was not something the board intended.
Thank you, Mr. Godfrey. I would echo much of what my colleague just said. However, I'd take a bit of a different approach. I look at this very legalistically. The argument is that this was an error. So it's pretty much a hybrid. The law of unintended consequences are here, and it was also an error in regulation. I think both of those have merit, and therefore it's circumventing the public process and the will of the board, and therefore it shouldn't wait until a regular cycle. It should be addressed post-haste, because it's a circumvention of public process and the will of the board, irrespective of what the commissioner said, because he has ultimate discretion superseding. We can go ahead and correct this if that's the will of the board and we take it out of cycle. And the commissioner's superseding authority in regards to the Canadian treaty, he can do what his authority allows him to. I think this needs to be corrected on the books because it doesn't reflect the will of the board.
Ms. Carlson Van Dort?
Thank you. Irrespective of that, I don't think there's anything that suggests any sort of urgency associated with the change in the regulation. Certainly not enough that rises to compelling me to think that this is something the board should take out of cycle and add onto its schedule and, bring stakeholders into a meeting to address. So I will be voting no and look forward to the opportunity to have the conversation in cycle. Thank you, if I'm still on this board.
Any other deliberations? Hearing, seeing none. Question?
Question.
Roll call, please.
On the motion to adopt ACR 7, Carlson Van Dort,
No.
Carpenter,
No.
Mike Wood,
No.
Godfrey,
Yes.
Swenson,
No.
John Wood,
No.
Zaret.
Yes.
Motion fails. 2 in favor, 5 against, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We'll take a 15-minute break and come back to ACR 8. Wood. There. 3, 4, 5. Okay, they're all here. We'll start on ACR number 8. Staff?
Mr. Chair, again, for the record, Matt Namath, Region 2 Commercial Fisheries Management. ACR 8, restrict Copper River District commercial salmon fishing opportunity until a specified level of salmon sonar passage at Miles Lake has been achieved. 5 AAC 24.x. Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Move to adopt ACR 8.
And second by Mrs. Zurek, correct?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Staff?
Mr. Chair, this ACR seeks to restrict harvest of early run sockeye and king salmon to the Copper River until at least one Alaska Department of Fish and Game daily sonar management objective has been achieved. Staff assessment, is there a fishery conservation purpose or reason? No. Does the agenda change request correct an error in regulation? No. And does the agenda change request address an effect of a regulation on a fishery that was unforeseen when that regulation was adopted? No. Additional information, the department does not have concerns with the sustainability of sockeye or king salmon runs to the Copper River. Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Any questions of staff? Apparently not. Thank you. Go into deliberations. Anyone wish to address ACR 8 from the board? Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Specific to the criteria, there's obviously no conservation concern. The escapement levels have been met on the Copper River for numerous years in a row, even specifically the king salmon. I don't believe there's an error in regulation that needs to be corrected through this proposal, and there is no effect of regulation on the fishery that was unforeseen. And this also, quite frankly, takes the management ability from the department and kind of hamstrings them. So for those reasons, I would be opposed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going back to the ACR criteria, I am struck by number 2, where the board will not accept an agenda change request that is predominantly allocative in nature in the absence of new information found by the board to be compelling. It strikes me as being a very allocative ACR, and so I think for that reason, I will probably not be supporting it. Thank you.
I would agree with my colleagues' comments about the allocative nature, and I also would indicate that I don't see it meeting any of the other criteria. So it's 4 reasons I'll say no.
Mrs. Swenson?
Well, my question, I guess, is to staff is, how important is the Miles Lake sonar passage to, to being able to understand the amount of fish that are when and where and how many are coming or are coming?
Mr. Svensson, through the chair, it's one of our important in-season management tools.
Any further questions?
Well, then my question is you're not, I mean, so basically you're using it now, and that's how you come to your allocation, or I'm not sorry, allocation, but come to what your decisions are on that. I guess you answered my question that it is important, and thank you.
Any other deliberations?
Question.
Question's been called. Roll call on ACR 8.
On the motion to accept ACR 8, Zure,
No.
John Wood,
No.
Godfrey,
No.
Swenson,
No.
Mike Wood,
No.
Carlson Van Dort,
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Motion fails, 0-7. And Mr. Chair, before we move to the next one, if I may, I just want to remind board members, get these mics close to you when you're speaking, and especially if you turn your head side to side while you're talking, it loses you. And we've had a couple of people listening to the stream online that have mentioned that board members are fading out while they're talking. So anyway, please pull those things close and talk into them so the stream and the recording pick them up as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I received a similar request outside just a few minutes ago, so apparently it is a problem across the board. Okay, we move on to ACR 9. Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Lee Borden. I'm the Bristol Bay Area Management Biologist for Division of Sportfish. And with me, I have Jay Balmer, who's Regional Coordinator for Division of Sportfish. ACR 9, repeal the no bait regulation and allow the use of non-roe bait for salmon other than king salmon, 5A AC 67.022.
Move to adopt ACR 9.
Swenson, second.
Okay, we have a motion for us. Staff, any?
This seeks to amend sport fishing regulations in the Togiak River to allow for the use of bait excluding roe for species other than king salmon. Staff assessment, is there a fishery conservation purpose or reason? No. Does the agenda change request correct an error in regulation? No. Does the agenda change request address an effect of a regulation on a fishery that was unforeseen when that regulation was adopted? Yes. An amended proposal targeting conservation of king salmon in the Togiak River was adopted at the 2022 Bristol Bay Finfish meeting, creating the language found in 5AAC 67022L. The effect of the new regulatory language was the prohibition of the use of bait in the Togiak River drainage for all species.
Any questions of staff? Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Thank you. Are there any conservation concerns related to coho in the Togiak River that you're aware of?
Through the chair, no.
Okay, yeah. Any other questions, staff generated through that? Not? Any deliberations on ACR 9? Mart?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think that this was my substitute language, or I have some recollection of that. It seems like a million years ago. And speaking to agenda criteria request C, it was not my intention, if it was my substitute language, to prohibit all species of salmon, but I was concerned about the conservation of king salmon in the Togiak River, and that was also in response to concerns from area residents that were communicated to me. So I would be inclined to think that this does meet that particular parameter, and I would like to see it revisited. I think it's a discrete issue that could be handled pretty easily, so I'll be voting in favor of this ACR. Thank you.
Any other deliberations? Mr. Godfrey, you trying to get my attention?
Yeah, I was just debating on whether I want to speak if another board member was. I'm movable on this, I think largely for the reasons my colleague just mentioned. Initially, I didn't think they were consequential. Sure, there's lots of unforeseen, consequences of, from regulation that the board passes. It still needs to be consequential and, markedly detrimental, and for us to take it out of cycle. But I think I'm moved by what my colleague just said. I'm open to other comments from other board members, and I was not on the board to participate at the time in this discussion.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I recall that Ms. Carlson Van Dort's comments are fairly accurate. I believe the discussion that revolved around this particular issue was specifically to the conservation of king salmon in the Togiak River. And so I tend to agree with her that there is a cause and effect here. There is opportunity that is potentially being lost because of the way the regulation was written. So I tend to believe that this is a fairly easy fix, and for that reason, I will be supporting this.
Any other deliberation? Greg?
I agree with the other board members. I know I can sympathize with the need of using bait, so I will be supporting this ACR.
Any other deliberations, Mr. Saray?
I agree with all that's been said.
Thank you. Thank you. The deliberations here today at least should be a clear illustration to others. I came into the meeting 6 1, half dozen the other, really not strong one way or the other. But I seem to recall being told how bait is put on, et cetera, in the whole 9 yards during the last meeting. I had overlooked what Ms. Carlson Van Dort put on the record, and I totally recall that discussion now, and she's absolutely correct, and I'll be a yes vote.
Question.
Questions called, please call roll on ACR 9.
On the motion to accept ACR 9, John Wood,
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort,
Yes.
Zareh,
Yes.
Swenson,
Yes.
Godfrey,
Yes.
Carpenter,
Yes.
Mike Wood.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Let me now move on to ACR 10.
Thank you,
Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. ACR 10, provide guidance for specific king salmon sport fishery management actions while Nushagak River king salmon are a stock of concern. 5 AAC 06.391.
Thank you. Entertain a motion.
Move to adopt ACR 10.
Second.
Go forward, staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This ACR seeks to reinstate run projection-based triggers for restricting the king salmon sport fishery in season through emergency order on the Nushagak River. The staff assessment of the agenda change request, is there a fishery conservation purpose or reason? No. Does the agenda change request correct an error in regulations? No. Does the agenda change request address an effect of a regulation on a fishery that was unforeseen when the regulation was adopted? No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any questions to staff? Seeing none, we'll go into deliberations. Any deliberations on ACR 10? Once again, calling for any kind of deliberations on ACR 10. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Specific to the criteria, I agree with the staff's assessment that none of the three criteria meet the idea that this ACR should move forward. I also think that it could be somewhat allocative. I think that there was a really long debate with the board, the department, and the public about 7-8 months ago, and I think that there's a lot of things that have been put in place in regards to research projects and things of that nature that are going to help us better enumerate king salmon in the Nushagak in the hopefully near future, and so I would like to see that play out, and for that reason, I won't be supporting.
Any other deliberations?
Well, this one is kind of close to my heart, and you can rule me out of order if I am out of order. But I hated to see the sport fishery king salmon reduced from, 4 large kings to 1 king and a jack, and 3 jacks, because I've been out there and fished quite a bit out there, and I know that it's going to hurt the sport fishery. I know people that are not going to come back and fish because of that regulation, and I think in a sense, what that has done...
Mr. Swenson, please bring it into one of the 3 areas for criteria.
So I'm out of order, huh?
You're real close to it. If you can think of a creative way of getting it there, I'll give you the latitude, but I don't see it. Okay.
Okay, well, I guess I'll save it for when we're in the session, or when we visit Bristol Bay.
Okay. Good, thank you, sir. Any other deliberations? Hearing none?
Question.
Question's been called. Call a roll call, please, on ACR 10.
On the motion to accept ACR 10, Carpenter,
No.
Zareh,
No.
Godfrey,
No.
Carlson Van Dort,
No.
Mike Wood,
No.
Swenson,
No?
John Wood.
No.
Motion fails 0-7, Mr. Chair.
We'll go to ACR 11, but before opening that, there's been some recent information, and so I want to give the commissioner a chance to bring us up to snuff, if he's up to snuff. It's that fresh off the press.
Yeah, so a couple days ago, we were informed, or yesterday, we were informed that the southern U.S. May want to revisit the new model that we're using to set the tiers, because our new model didn't agree with the postseason AI that comes out of the Chinook model. I've talked to my staff pretty extensively. We think there's value in keeping ACR 11 on the table, recognizing that there may be changes, but we're not sure. I'm going to defend our current model that we put in place through a vote of the commissioners, but I just wanted to bring that to your attention that there could be a ramification moving forward.
And you're satisfied that whatever action comes out on ACR 11 is not going to jeopardize what you're trying to accomplish?
That's true, yes.
Okay, then we'll proceed with ACR 11. Staff?
Mr. Chair, for the record, my name is Patrick Fowler, Southeast Alaska Management Coordinator for the Division of Sportfish. ACR 11, amend the Southeast Alaska King Salmon Management Plan, 5 AAC 47.055, to align with new methods to set catch limits adopted by the Pacific Salmon Commission. Mr. Chair.
Move to adopt ACR 11.
Second.
Staff?
This ACR seeks to align the language within the King Salmon Management Plan, 5 AAC 47.055, with the new method of calculating the Alaska all-gear catch limit, which has been adopted by the Pacific Salmon Commission. This proposal seeks to update the management plan to align with the changes made by the Pacific Salmon Commission without changing the number of tiers, the management prescriptions, or other allocative components, which due to a sunset clause in the plan will be before the board during the 2025 Southeast Alaska Finfish meeting. To address the criteria, is there a fishery conservation purpose or reason? No. Does the agenda change request correct an error in regulation? Yes. The current language of the King Salmon Management Plan no longer aligns with provisions of the Pacific Salmon Treaty. And finally, does the agenda change request address an effect of a regulation on a fishery that was unforeseen when the regulation was adopted? Yes, the modifications made by the Pacific Salmon Commission occurred after this management plan was last amended in March of 2022. Mr. Chair.
Any questions of staff? Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
So I think this question is to the commissioner, and just so that I'm tracking. So what ACR is seeking to amend is now being called into question, is that correct? Seeking to amend to be in compliance with is now being called into question?
That's correct,
Okay.
but I can tell you that I am going to do my best to defend the current action that we took last time around to adjust it to the new multivariate model to set our catch limits.
So in the event that ACR fails, ACR 11 fails, you would still need a mechanism to make those regulatory adjustments irrespective of whether or not this new information, you're successful or not, I should say.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Just follow up. Flip side of that, wouldn't it strengthen your case in your argument? Should the board make these adjustments to comply with the current situation?
Well, we try to maintain a fairly solid line between the ability of our board to allocate the catch limits versus bringing those arguments in front of the commission. That said, the catch limit applies to the breakdown of all of our fisheries, and we have obligations to ensure that we're not exceeding that, not only in terms of the overall number of fish we're harvesting, but also harvest rates for endangered species, salmon stocks that are listed in Puget Sound, as well as incidental mortality rates. So it's a balancing act. But what this ACR is intended to do is, a couple of years ago, we had a CPUE metric in our winter troll fishery that allowed us to set the catch limit independent of the Chinook model. That was not performing as we expected it when we developed that as part of the treaty process. So we worked with the Pacific Salmon Commission staff and their technical committees to develop a new model, which is this multivariate approach that sets our preseason catch limit. In the first year of use of that model, it did not align properly with the postseason AI, which triggers a review of this model yet again. We're going to argue very strenuously that a single year is insufficient to determine how good that model is in performing over the long time. So I feel fairly confident that we're going to be able to defend that model, but we need to bring the structure of the management plan in place with the new multivariate model versus the old CPUE model. And this ACR allows us to do that. And I'll turn to Patrick for any additional details.
That's correct, Mr. Commissioner.
Well said. Any other questions of staff coming out of that conversation? Okay, go into deliberations on ACR 11. Councilor Van Dort.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Given that information and given that, we need a mechanism to be in compliance with the treaty, I'm going to be supportive of the ACR so that we can have that discussion, whatever it looks like, at some point in the near term. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other deliberations? I also will be a yes vote, but put on a record, we're cognizant of what's going on currently, and things may change into the future, but hopefully the commissioner is successful. So I'll be a yes vote.
Question.
Question's been called on ACR 11. Roll call, please.
On the motion to accept ACR 11, Swenson,
Yes.
Mike Wood,
Yes.
John Wood,
Yes.
Carpenter,
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort,
Yes.
Zure,
Yes.
Godfrey.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We move on to ACR 12. Staff?
Mr. Chair, ACR 12, amend the Southeast Alaska King Salmon Management Plan to align with changes adopted by the Pacific Salmon Commission to maintain the troll and sport fisheries allocation, and this would modify 5 AAC 47.055, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Move to adopt ACR 12.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor. Staff?
This ACR seeks to align language within the Southeast Alaska King Salmon Management Plan with the Pacific Salmon Commission's new method of calculating the Alaska all-year catch limit by establishing 17 management tiers within the Southeast Alaska King Salmon Management Plan. In the spring of 2023, the Pacific Salmon Commission adopted a new method of calculating Alaska all-year catch limit, which now has 17 possible outcomes, which when the domestic allocation is applied, results in 17 possible allocations to the sport fishery. In the 17-tier plan, the top and bottom tiers are nearly identical to the top and bottom tiers of the now outdated 7-tier model. The middle 5 tiers of the old method have been subdivided into 15 tiers in the new method. So this results in a similar allocation range to Alaska fisheries, but at a finer resolution between tiers. The language within the current King Salmon Management Plan includes references to the now outdated method of calculating the Alaska all-year catch limit, but increasing the number of management tiers for the sport fishery is not necessary to meet international obligations under the terms of the Pacific Salmon Treaty. To describe the department's assessment of the criteria, is there a fisheries conservation purpose or reason? No. Does the agenda change request correct an error in regulation? No. Does the agenda change request address an effect of a regulation on a fishery that was unforeseen when the regulation was adopted? Yes, the modifications made by the Pacific Salmon Commission occurred after this management plan was last amended in March of 2022. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Questions of staff? I have one, maybe more than one. Why, since they're both 11 and 12 are seeming to similarly bring us into compliance with the council, why do you respond that it does deal with an error in regulation on 11 but not in 12?
It's a good question, Mr. Chair. I think we would address that it does not address the error in regulation because of the changing to 17 tiers is not, the King Salmon Management Plan doesn't need to change to 17 tiers, but the language in the King Salmon Management Plan is outdated. So this would be, if the board choose to adopt this proposal, that'd be another method of bringing the King Salmon Management Plan into alignment. Sorry, I'm floundering, Mr. Chair, but I guess a double-sided coin there.
Yeah, it is. I've lost a lot of money on double-sided coins. Commissioner.
So Patrick, I think the question is if you adopt ACR 11, have you tackled the issue of the inconsistency in the regulations, or do you need to do it through 12 and 11?
Thank you for the clarification. Yes, we would need to do it through 12 and 11.
Okay,
That addresses my question, Mr. Chair.
thank you. So there are no further questions?
Can I have a moment with my staff?
You want a brief
Yes,
recess?
yes.
5-minute recess, because I know the commissioner can wrap it up in 5.
Gotta be 20.
Yeah. Any questions from board members? Seeing none, go into deliberations on ACR 12. Anyone wish to address ACR 12? We'll stand in recess till we have a full board. Yeah, but we'll be in recess till we have two members come back to the table. Art, would you do your thing and see if you can't find them?
He's one of them. You gotta find
Art!
Sergeant at Arms.
Operations on ACR 12 at the moment. And anyone wish to address the board on their comments on ACR 12? Yes, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think specifically to the criteria, I think that this obviously, there is some merit to this ACR, but I think in regards to the department's conversation and their ability to correct some of these issues through ACR 11, which just passed, I will vote no on ACR 12 at that time for those reasons.
Thank you. So I appreciate that you can tackle the language in 12 with 11, but that doesn't, sort of bootstrap and suspender the fact that 12 needs to be addressed. And so I'm going to vote in favor of the ACR just to make sure that that is before us conceptually and it can be adjusted. We can do it probably with substitute language, marrying those things two together, but I want to make sure that it is addressed. And so I'm going to vote yes for the ACR. Thank you.
For my colleagues' well-articulated reasons, I will be doing the same.
Any other comments? Likewise, if 11 had not been adopted, my vote would be different perhaps, but it was. So let's send both of them to the same meeting and take care of it there. Any other comments?
Question.
Question's been called. Roll call, please.
The motion to accept ACR 12. Mike Wood.
Yes.
Godfrey.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Zaret.
Yes.
John Wood.
Yes.
Carpenter.
No.
Swenson.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1, Mr. Chair.
We now go to ACR 13. Staff?
Mr. Chair, ACR 13, manage the Southeast Alaska king salmon sport fishery to not exceed the annual sport fishery harvest allocation, Chapter 5, Alaska Administrative Code 47.055. Mr. Chair.
Motion on the floor, please.
Move to adopt ACR 13.
Second.
Second, sorry.
Thank you. Staff?
The Southeast King Salmon Management Plan, 5 AAC 47.055, and the allocation of king salmon in the Southeast Alaska Yakutat area in 5 AAC 29.060 was last modified during the 2022 Alaska Board of Fisheries Southeast Alaska Finfish and Shellfish meeting. During this meeting, the board adopted Proposal 82 with substitute language found in RC 178. An error was made within RC 178 where the language described in the objectives of the plan under 5 AAC 47.055B2 was not updated. Immediately after the meeting, this omission was corrected before advancing the draft regulatory language to be signed by Lieutenant Governor. Given the verbal record during deliberations and the other provisions of the adopted plan that run contrary to the use of in-season management, the department believes the direction from the board was clear, but welcomes the opportunity for the board to correct this direction, which has allocative impacts to Southeast Alaska's king salmon fisheries. Mr. Chair.
Any questions of staff? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just maybe if you could take a moment, I'm curious, when I look at the language from RC 178, obviously I wasn't a board member then, there was some language that was left out of the regulation as it currently exists that was in RC 178 that I feel kind of that it's pretty important to the language. And I'm curious, do you consider leaving that out a normal error and omissions correction?
Through the chair, I think it's normal to make small administrative changes following the board's intent, recognizing we're sometimes compromising or drafting complex regulatory language on the fly during a board meeting in this case. But I defer to Mr. Peterson, if you'd like to weigh in on that.
Through the chair, Member Carpenter, no, I mean, if it changes the intent of the board, then it wouldn't be an error or omission. Here, my understanding is that Fish and Game purposefully drafted it this way because including that language would have required rewriting another plan. And the deliberation that occurred on the record and the back and forth with Fish and Game personnel, and I believe the commissioner, clarified that the board was not trying to do that. And that, so, yeah, so that's my understanding of what happened here, but directly to your question, anything that would change the intent of the board would not be appropriate for the errors and omissions project.
Any other questions? Mr. Governor?
No.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions? You do, Mrs. Zarella?
I don't have a question. I'd appreciate if there was, anybody had any more information on this, I could hear more before I vote.
Okay, well, you don't have a whole lot of time. Yeah. So if there are no other questions of staff, we go into deliberations, and I'm going to recognize Mr. Godfrey first. For those of you who may not be aware of it, he and former member Mitchell worked long and hard on this issue back when the meeting was held, and well, probably has more information on it than any of us that weren't involved in those discussions. So, Mr. Godfrey, if you would try and tell us where we are and where we should be.
thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the ACR lays it out quite succinctly. And in fact, if I was going to synopsize it, having spent multiple evenings in the negotiations and the compromise between the stakeholders after hours right here in this building, it is a substantive and material alteration in language because the parties to the agreement would not have agreed. So it's substantive, it's detrimental, in particular to one side of the stakeholders at play here, and we wouldn't have walked away with the agreement if that language was reflected as it is here. So error, omission, call it what you want. I will say unintended consequences are unforeseen because what was memorialized was not a reflection of what was negotiated and compromised and agreed to by the stakeholders. So I have absolutely no problem voting to take this up because it's a pretty colossal, I don't call it error or omission in regards to what Mr. Peterson just said, but it's a pretty colossal deviation from what was negotiated and agreed to.
Question, if I might. My recollection, and I want you to correct me if I'm mistaken, was that the effort regarding where this language is centered wasn't geared at changing the 80-20 ratio, but it was geared to assure uninterrupted sports access. Is that correct?
To the best of my recollection, that would be, that would be correct. And if I'm, I wish I could phone a friend, but it was a couple years ago.
I'm going to put our sports director on the line. He was there too. And was my recollection correct or incorrect?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Your recollection is correct. My recollection of it was that the intent was to provide uninterrupted sport fishing for the stakeholders, and that was the general theme of kind of the agreement that the stakeholders worked on, and it was, I thought the board was under full understanding of that, and it does sunset, and it was agreed that the in-season fluctuations of the allocation between sport, underages or overages would kind of wash out over time, which by data, they're pretty close in these 2 years. 1 year was like 15,000 underage, one was a 17,000 overage, so we're over by 2,000, which is pretty close on a 2-year average. So anxious to see what next year is, but yeah, your recollection is correct on that.
Thank you, Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Thanks. So my recollection, and I do recall the clarification that was put on the record during deliberations where the commissioner, I think, specifically asked for clarification from the board about whether or not there would be in-season management. And the board indicated, or he said that there would not be, and that everybody around the table kind of nodded. But I was looking at that through the lens, particularly to section L of that proposal, and that would be the uninterrupted resident sport fish. So if that encompassed the entire sport fishery, then, I wasn't keeping up. That being said, back to the omission of the language. So it is difficult when you're doing substitute language on the fly. In this case, this was crafted over days. And as a matter of fact, as chair, I moved the groupings of committee of the whole work to accommodate the work that was being done on this proposal. Furthermore, we stood down for hours when we were ready for it, waiting for this language to be ready. And I think that each of the stakeholders came together in earnest. And so, it's troublesome to me that language was redacted, omitted, whatever, from what was agreed upon at the board meeting. So, I'm inclined to support the ACR for that reason. But I agree with Mr. Payton's statements that, yes, I mean, a lot of the discussion focused on the fact that this was going to be an allocation over time and that, it was going to fluctuate from year to year. And so the information that you just provided and that it's getting close is reassuring that the plan was working as intended. But I do think that it's worth revisiting because it was a substantive change, in my opinion.
Thank you. Mr. Payton?
Thank you. Just, obviously, the board knows, but remind, the board, the allocation criteria, not to accept agenda change requests that are primarily allocative in nature. And my time on the board, this is one of the most allocative plans there is.
You got Ms. Carlson at Van Dort's attention.
So there was extensive allocative criteria discussion with the language that was offered at the board at that time, and I would reference all of that allocative criteria in this ACR discussion. Thank you.
You struck a responsive chord. Mr. Godfrey?
Acknowledging what Mr. Payton said and the fact that there's an allocative component, the problem is it's allocative. It's to correct the record, in essence. So it would be derelict, in my opinion, for me not to vote in support of it because the allocation and the consequences don't reflect what was agreed to. So it's to memorialize and make right what was agreed to out of cycle because to wait would be consequential.
Any other discussion? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Mr. Godfrey and Ms. Carlson Van Dort. Obviously, as I said earlier, I wasn't on the board at the time, but when I look at the language from RC 178, I think the language that was, the verbiage that was struck from the RC that is currently in regulation now is too substantive from my point of view. And so I do feel that it meets the criteria, and I do think that it's something that the board should address. So I will be supporting this.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Question for the call?
Question.
Please have a roll call.
On the motion to accept ACR 13, Godfrey.
Yes.
Mike Wood.
Yes.
John Wood.
Yes.
Zaret.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Swenson.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. And that concludes all the agenda requests, change requests. Going to the scheduling of accepted ACRs. Mr. Nelson, will you lead us through that process? Are there any recommendations from staff as to where we should be holding the ACRs that were approved? Or do we need about a 5-minute recess to address that? Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I can just put this as the first item under miscellaneous business. I was going to suggest we take a short break and I can circulate the list of the items we have under miscellaneous business. For staff, I have already circulated to the deputies the items I previously had for miscellaneous business. If there's anything in addition to ACR scheduling and what I'd already showed you, please let me know. And if we could take about a 10-minute break, we can get the agenda for miscellaneous business circulated.
Yeah, we will do that in a second. When you're making such an analysis, incorporate item 12, whatever changes to the workload are necessary to accommodate it, please.
That is already on my list for miscellaneous business.
Fantastic. With that, we'll take a 15-minute break to make sure you can get it done. Thank you.
in time, though, unlike some people. We're gonna get a little flag. When you come back, you gotta put your flag down, you know? It's like a fishing tip-up.
You have no idea what you're gonna run into out there. There are hurdles.
No, man, they already hit you. They don't know you.
How's it going?
Oh, I see, boy, we got through that, huh?
Yeah. Do you want to be brought up? That one, number 2 and 3.
Yeah.
You know who you can talk to is Larry. Understanding of how the application
Resuming session, we now take up item 15, the miscellaneous business, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Nelson to walk us through that. Art, sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, RC 38 has been circulated. That's got 6 items on here for our miscellaneous business agenda. The first one, as we just mentioned, would be scheduling of the accepted agenda change requests. There were 4 of them, ACRs 9, and then 11, 12, and 13.
Does staff have any recommendations as to where those would be best scheduled? Commissioner? Forrest, there you are.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So we talked over scheduling of the ACRs, and it seems like the Homer meeting would work well for our staff.
For all 4?
That's correct.
Yeah, we do need a motion to do that.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that that ACR 9, 11, 12, and 13 that were accepted by the Board of Fish today be heard at the upcoming November Board of Fish meeting in Homer in November.
Second, and ask unanimous consent.
I object just because I want to put something on the record, and that's it. Any ACRs that go forward, I as chair, if I'm putting the agenda together, they will be last on the agenda because the ones that have normally been scheduled for that time are not going to be denied full access first. And so we will get to them, but they'll just be on the end of the agenda. With that in mind, I'll withdraw my objection.
Ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Hearing none, all 4 ACRs will be heard at the Homer meeting. Emergency petition.
Mr. Chair, we have received an emergency petition. This is RC 31. If board members want to pull this up.
Give everybody a moment, myself included, to get to RC.
Just procedurally, the way to go through this would be a motion to find an emergency in the case of the petition brought before us, and then if that motion to find an emergency carries, then the board's deliberations, then that can bring the issues requested in the petition before the board, probably through a subsequent motion, and then the board can discuss and debate that.
So your initial motion you're recommending is that there be a motion to declare an emergency, am I understanding that correctly?
It's a 2-step process, motion to find an emergency, vote that up or down. If it carries, then a motion to put the issue before the board.
Do I hear such a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Been moved, is it second?
Second.
So discussion, first thing I want to do is put on the record, what is it that constitutes an emergency? Mr. Nelson or staff or somebody? Forrest?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll speak briefly to the matters that are raised in RC 31. So with this petition, the department is requesting that the board find an emergency and delegate authority to the department to use emergency order authority in closing specific areas to certain groundfish gear types for conservation reasons. Typically, our emergency order authority relates to time and area of fisheries, unless the board has delegated methods and means and gear emergency authority to us. So the issue that brought this forward is rockfish stock status in the Gulf of Alaska. Rockfish stock status is generally declining across most of the state, and we've restricted many directed rockfish fisheries to conserve these long-lived fish. In some areas of the state, most of the rockfish harvest occurs as bycatch in fisheries targeting halibut or other groundfish species. And the department does not have authority to restrict the commercial halibut fishery directly, but we have restricted state-managed commercial, sport, personal use, and subsistence fisheries for rockfish purposes. In Prince William Sound in particular, the current emergency is that we've exceeded the rockfish guideline harvest level, which is 150,000 pounds, and the directed fishery for rockfish closed in early September, yet catch of rockfish continues to accrue as in the halibut fishery. And I think right now the catch sits at about 170,000 pounds. The rockfish fishery, the halibut fishery is ongoing and it will continue until early December. So we expect that rockfish catch to increase. If we had the ability to use EO authority to close areas to a specific gear type, in this case longline gear, that would make a significant impact in rockfish conservation. And so that's what brought the issue.
Yeah,
before you.
my question goes, and perhaps Mr. Peterson wants to jump in here. What is it that the board needs to find it to make a declaration of emergency? We have an RC 37 in front of us, just put in the folder, which is claiming that there is no emergency as described by S 4462-250A. So perhaps Mr. Peterson wants to address that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will address that. So the joint boards have adopted a policy on emergency petitions. And in that policy found at 5 AAC 96625, the boards have said that emergencies will be held to a minimum and are rarely found to exist. An emergency is an unforeseen, unexpected event that either threatens a fish or game resource or an unforeseen, unexpected resource situation where a biologically allowable resource would be precluded by delayed regulatory action. And such delay would be significantly burdensome to the petitioners because the resource would be unavailable in the future. So that regulation is promulgated pursuant to the statute for finding an emergency, which is AS 4462-250. And I'll also put on the record that what is being sought here is the delegation of a methods and means authority that is vested in the board to allow the commissioner to close an area for that resource situation if, of course, the board finds an emergency.
I guess then it falls back in your lap for us. Has something changed since the guideline harvest levels of 22 that has created this emergency situation?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, that's a good question. So what has changed is the amount of rockfish being taken as bycatch in the halibut fishery in 2022 and 23, where we've closed the directed rockfish fishery when we've met the GHL, yet harvest has continued as bycatch in the halibut fishery, and that has exceeded the guideline harvest level, and this year it will continue to be exceeded up until December. And in our judgment, that lack of emergency order authority to conserve rockfish is what represents an emergency because it threatens the rockfish resource.
Any other questions of staff? Ms. Carlson-Van
No questions, staff, but just for reference for board members, in your frequently used policy packet, the joint board petition policy is the first one in there if you want to reference the language specifically for the emergency. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Forrest, so the way I'm understanding this, basically Prince William Sound is being used as an example of a situation that's currently ongoing where the GHL has obviously been topped the last couple years. I mean, it has been topped in the past too, but my understanding is that the managers, the groundfish managers, feel that the rockfish levels in Prince William Sound, using that as an example, have been declining over the years. And so that kind of promulgated the idea of an emergency. The other thing is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, the reason that we're being presented this in the form of an emergency petition is because the guideline harvest level in Prince William Sound, using that as an example, wasn't topped until after the ACR deadline was put in. Am I correct about that?
That's correct. Yeah, that's a good point, Mr. Carpenter. So the guideline harvest level was achieved, I think, on September 4th. And so that was a couple of weeks after the ACR deadline.
And just to follow up if I could, and then, speaking to the idea, if this were to move forward, that obviously gives the commissioner the ability to address this situation on the basis of an emergency order. But it also is going to put this on the docket, because this is going to be statewide authority, the way I read it, to where the public is going to be able to comment on this at a future date if they, just like in any other open process. Am I correct about that?
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter, that's correct. The authority we're seeking is to amend a statewide regulation. So this is a tool we would have that we could use in other parts of the state. Southeast example is a good example where we've heavily restricted the directed rockfish fisheries, and nearly all of the rockfish harvest occurs as bycatch in the halibut fishery. So, thanks.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Yeah, I'm trying to follow along here. I need a little clarification. So the emergency petition is requesting authority that would be applicable statewide, but what we're asked to be considered here as an emergency is specific to rockfish.
Through the chair, Ms. Carlson Van Dort, that's correct. So if you refer to RC 31 on page 2, we reference the regulation and provide you a draft of what the amended language would look like. And so the regulation that we're seeking to amend is 5EEC 28050. That's a statewide regulation that deals with lawful gear for groundfish. And the amendment would be to grant the commissioner emergency order authority to close areas to groundfish fishing with specific gear types. That's similar to other regulations that the board has adopted, like where we can change, say, mesh size in a gill net or net length for conservation purposes. So that concept has been considered by the board before for conservation. Thanks.
So is that still confined to conservation concerns related to rockfish statewide? Or is that just like, you can do this statewide?
Through the chair, Ms. Carlson Van Dort, so this would allow action to be taken to conserve any groundfish species where we had a concern.
And my last question is this regulatory change subject to the emergency petition timeline, and that it's a protracted authority, like it sunsets in a certain amount of time?
So I suppose that would be, that's somewhat up to the board. You know, if the board chose to adopt an emergency regulation at this meeting, and if that was worked its way through the review process and was approved in the Department of Law, that would sunset. But as we talked about earlier, the board could schedule this matter for a later meeting and adopt a permanent regulation.
This, out of curiosity, and then this may not seem fully on topic here, but what's the vessel size restrictions, if any, on those, on the vessels that are fishing these rockfish in Prince William Sound?
Through the chair, Mr. Godfrey, I don't believe there's a vessel size limit in place in that fishery.
Thank you.
Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
I kind of remembered my next question. So for us back to kind of that earlier question, is there a timing concern associated with the emergency petition? So is that something, the finding of emergency and the authority, if we were to act on that today, for example, does that provide, is there a timing concern associated with the GHL level being exceeded? I think you said in December, which kind of, my second part of that question is, if we waited to take this up at a subsequent meeting to look at it in sort of more permanence in the regulatory code, is that compounding the emergency or the conservation issue that you're seeking emergency on right now?
Through the chair, Ms. Carlson Van Dort, that's a good question. Yeah, there is a concern that rockfish bycatch is ongoing, so we would like to take action as soon as we can to conserve those fish.
Any other questions? Any other questions of staff? Okay. Seeing none, we go into any deliberations on the issue of whether there exists an emergency. That's the motion. I see or hear total silence. Also, Van Dort.
I'll take a stab at it. So typically with only a couple of years of concern or overages, I would be inclined not to support an emergency. That being said, rockfish biology, I think, lends itself to being concerted about this. Because they're slow growing, take a while to mature, they're old fish. That lends itself, in my mind, to at least considering a finding of emergency at this time. And if they're being taken at rates that the department is communicating is unsustainable, then I think that that's what the board needs to consider. So I'm not quite sure if I'm there yet, but I will say that I do think that rockfish biology would lend itself to taking more immediate action because they take a long time to replenish themselves, and it's not something that, like salmon, that is a little bit more responsive.
And Mr. Wood.
Yeah, I agree. I think because of rockfish biology, I would agree with that last statement as well. And if you're saying there's an emergency, then I take your word for that. And I'm used to emergency orders. I mean, and especially if they're given to stop something potentially bad from happening, and then, but I like the idea of a sunset, like you withdraw that at a certain point. So what you're providing here is pretty much that, except the ability to get out of it too. So is what maybe we could talk about that.
Any other comments? Ms. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if I may ask Forrest another question, I know we're deliberating, but speaking to either a sunset date or, my real concern is that I really think public participation in something that is important as this, ought to be held in a different format. I understand the department's concern. I agree rockfish are a long-lived species that can be, there can be detrimental activity that can really do long-term damage to them. And I think the populations statewide have been declining for a long time. So I don't have any problem in regards to that. But getting to my point, Mr. Chair, is there any reason why the department would be opposed to putting some sort of a sunset clause in regards to this so that we could be holding this, sometime in the future?
I think Mr. Peterson had some comments on that matter. Thanks.
Through the chair, Member Carpenter, under AS 4462-260, an emergency regulation does not remain in effect longer than 120 days. So if the board does promulgate an emergency regulation granting the commissioner this authority, it would last for 4 months. And if the board were to take it up at a future meeting to make it permanent, then it would have the regular board process on that.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. That's very helpful. And so I am to assume, I'm putting this on the record because I think it's important, I am to assume that the department will be bringing this forward in the form of some sort of permanent language after the emergency regulatory language expires. Am I correct?
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter, yeah, I think ideally what we'd like to see out of this is the emergency regulation that we've been discussing, and then we would like to see the board essentially generate a proposal that they would schedule for a later meeting so that we could have that discussion, have that public process, and ideally end up with a regulation that we can use to conserve rockfish.
Any other questions, Mr. Carpenter? You wish to be recognized?
Yes, please.
Mr. Wood.
So it sounds like it would be important for in the emergency, the meantime, to have this EO, but then ultimately to figure out how not to have this interception of rockfish in this other fishery. So which would be a whole different, a change of method and means or however they'd go about pursuing that fishery that we'd have to look at more closely.
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, I mean, this is a relatively simple reg change. I mean, that would give us quite a bit of flexibility in how we address conservation concerns. So if our staff looked into the question, and, you know, it appears that a lot of the rockfish bycatch comes out of a handful of statistical areas. So, you know, we would start looking at the statistical areas that have the highest rockfish CPUE and consider closing those areas to certain gear types, longline gear, for example. So that's kind of the approach that we would take with this. Does that answer your question?
Yes, that was a better way to get to it.
Okay, thanks.
I just have one question. Try to listen intently whenever staff is addressing a question by a board member. And I heard what Mr. Carpenter was asking, does the department plan on coming forward with somewhat of a permanent solution? And your response was the board can give a board-generated proposal, kind of throwing it on the board's back to move forward in that regard. Was that your intent, or did I just read too much into it?
Mr. Chairman, so that was the intent of the petition. So if you found an emergency, it was our intent that the board generate a proposal in response to that emergency. If you chose not to, you'd likely be seeing this as a proposal from us at some point down the road.
Okay, because I have no problem, this is just one member speaking, for 120 days addressing it, and if they don't come forward with some way of doing it permanently, don't believe that I'll be there for a vote to continue beyond that. That's just one member, okay? Commissioner?
Yeah. I think if you don't do a board-generated proposal, you realize that you're probably taking this up a year from now, because we missed the ACR for this cycle. So then as soon as we could bring this to you as an ACR next fall, which is probably going to have us in the same situation on the grounds exceeding GHL limits. So we're throwing the option on for you to do a board-generated proposal so that you're not always chasing this down the road.
And I presume you've spoken to a board member who would be willing to do that?
No, we have not. We have put it on your shoulders.
I recognize that, but I would suggest that you reach out. Ms. Carlson-Van Dort.
So, just procedurally, I think, you know, we're still in the finding of emergency, and I think that but the question to staff that I have is, when is the next, would it be under a statewide finfish? Where a regular proposal would be submitted by the department to address it?
Through the chair, Ms. Carlson-Van Dort, the way we have this structured now, yes, it would be statewide finfish, but we would probably, as the commissioner mentioned, you know, it would be timely for an ACR for the Prince William Sound meeting next year.
When is the next statewide finfish?
Art, do you know that off the top of your head?
Is it 2 years
Sorry.
from now?
Pardon me.
The next statewide finfish meeting?
Next statewide finfish meeting is the 2 years out, the cycle that we just discussed. So that would be, if I can just find it really quick.
Probably March
Proposed dates.
2025?
Yeah.
Is that- Or 26, yeah. 26.
No worries. Don't worry about it.
Follow up? So, while he's looking that up, and I think it is a couple years out, so are there affected fisheries between now and the ACR process that would potentially allow for it to be heard at Prince William Sound next year? that would be affected if the board did not choose to do a BGP.
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Carlson Van Dort, so that the halibut fishery will close in December and it will reopen in the spring of '24. So it would occur in the spring and summer of '24 before the ACR deadline, before the Prince William Sound meeting.
And when does the GHL reset?
So January 1.
Okay.
Yeah. And the last couple of years, the GHL's been hit in early September. So, you know, as the commissioner mentioned, you could foresee that we would be in this situation again
So
next year.
procedurally, thank you. With respect to a BGP, there is BGP criteria. That's also, you know, something that a member would have to consider. So is that something that, if there were a member that were inclined to try and put forward the BGP to address the issue, I'm assuming that would come after the finding of emergency, and we would go through that criteria separately, procedurally speaking?
That's how I plan on proceeding, yes,
Thank
ma'am.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, the proposed date that the board agreed to the other day was March 17 through 20, 2026 for the next statewide finfish.
I don't want anything to fall through the cracks, and what I'm going to suggest, because I can't direct, is that the department draft the language necessary for a BEG as to what form it should take, what they'd like to see, so that a board member, if they're so inclined, has that available to them to present as a BEG. Otherwise, we may end up very well with, oh, I thought you were doing it, and no one do anything. So just a request. Any other deliberations on whether there is an emergency? A motion on the floor. Question?
Question.
Roll call.
On the motion to find an emergency, Zaray,
Yes.
John Wood,
Yes.
Godfrey,
Yes.
Swenson,
Yes.
Mike Wood,
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort,
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Following up on your earlier advice, the next motion that should be in line would be what, Mr. Nelson?
For emergency regulations, I would presume based on the language suggested by the department in RC 31.
And would that take the form of a BE? No. Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Carlson-Bender.
I would move the language pursuant to the finding of an emergency also found in RC 31, page 2.
Is there a second?
Second, Nash unanimous consent.
Is there any objection? Your light is on, Mr. Swenson?
Oh.
Okay. Seeing and hearing no objection, so done. So, does that conclude what we need to be doing with this emergency petition, or is any further action necessary?
In the context of the emergency regulations, no, there's no further action unless Mr. Peterson disagrees. I guess the question, as you guys have been discussing, is whether the board wants to pursue a BGP to potentially make this a permanent change and schedule it for a future meeting.
Before I recognize you, Ms. Carlson-Van Dort, one of the real aggravations when I'm sitting in the audience is when we use these synonyms and whatnot. Please try and put what it is you're talking about for.
Pardon me, board-generated proposal,
Thank
BGP.
you. Ms. Carlson-Van Dort?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think we have a little bit of breathing room now for, 4 months in terms of the action that we just took. So with respect to a board-generated proposal, I think what I would like to see is some language developed for Lower Cook Inlet to take a look at, and then perhaps we go through the board-generated proposal criteria there if there's a member that is interested in doing that. And if so, then that could be noticed for Kodiak, and the public would have the opportunity to weigh in and provide on-time public comments and RCs to that effect. Mr.
And I see the commissioner wishing to be recognized.
That was exactly what I was going to suggest. Thank you.
Amazing. We have the two of you in unison. Thank you. Not often, no, but you got to recognize it when it happens. Art?
I was just going to mention, given the fact that we had enough time from the work session to the Lower Cook Inlet meeting, we have not issued the legal notice for this year's cycle, and so I was going to I was holding off doing it so that we could include the regularly scheduled meetings plus all of the ACRs and supplemental issues. So if the board does hold potentially creation of a board-generated proposal, then that'll just result in us having to do a supplemental legal notice to cover that following the Homer meeting. So there'll be some additional cost with that.
So noted. So, Commissioner, we finished with the emergency? Thank you. We'll move on to the next item, Crab Observer Oversight Task Force appointment. The gentleman who's being nominated, his background is included in PC 17. I presume you folks have read it. He seems to be very well qualified for the position. Entertain a motion that the appointment be confirmed. Would that be an appropriate motion? Art?
Yes.
Would someone make such a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second, ask unanimous consent.
Any objection? Give everybody a chance to take a look at it if they need to. Tell me when you're ready. It's been a second with the request for unanimous consent. Is everyone prepared to address that? Any objection? Hearing and seeing none, the gentleman is appointed to the Crab Observer Oversight Task Force. Next item, right, is the request to relocate other meetings. Am I correct, Art?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we had some earlier discussion about where the board potentially wanted to discuss these other meeting relocation requests, whether we wanted to do it in the context of planning the 2-year out cycle that we already did, and your suggestion was to put that in miscellaneous business. So there it is. You do have a number of public comments and RCs to relocate next year's Prince William Sound meeting and to potentially relocate this winter's Upper Cook Inlet meeting.
Okay, so, and I need...
Without action, just to clarify, without action by the board, they will stay as originally planned, so.
Okay, let's take one at a time, if we could. Let's take the one for this current year. There's been a request to move it to what, to the Kenai? Am I correct?
To move it to, I could look specifically to the Kenai Peninsula, the Kenai Soldotna area.
And it's currently scheduled to be heard in Anchorage, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Does any member wish to address changing the location for this year's meeting?
Do we want a motion so that we can discuss it or just discuss it?
If there's a desire to move on it, yeah, but if there's no desire, no.
My question, I guess, to staff is there a facility available during that scheduled time, during the calendar time that's been, on the books for a couple of years in the Kenai Soldotna area that could accommodate that meeting?
Since, through the chair, since this had already been decided by the board, I had very little authority to go do anything other than carry out the previous board's decision on where it was going to be. We did make a quick inquiry to the, I believe it's the Soldotna Sports Center, where, for instance, the Board of Game held a meeting this previous winter. The space where the Board of Game met is not, in my opinion, adequate for a board meeting without other plans for other satellite meetings and such. It's just too small of a space, and even the Board of Game was very cramped in that space. The other option, in any case, the response from the Sports Center was that those spaces were already booked for the time that we currently have scheduled for the Upper Cook Inlet meeting. I think the other most likely option, if the board was going to look at a meeting down there in the future, would be, I think the ice arena is the largest space they have that could potentially be converted into meeting space. And I believe that already is booked during the time. So they would have to do try to get people out. So as far as I understand right now, the space is not available.
So just to follow up on that, so either they change their bookings or we change our dates. And I can tell you that changing dates for, at least for me, is very problematic. I schedule these meetings, well in advance and plan my day job schedules around that. So I would be not inclined to move our meeting schedule at all, at least in terms of dates. And if there's a facility not available, then I think that kind of precludes it. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Mr. Godfrey?
Yeah, I think, as I referenced yesterday, a few years ago when we talked about going down to Kenai, I don't remember if it was specific with conflicting events that had occupied venues or if it was unique to the Kenai Soldotna area. My concern, well, for different reasons than my colleague, I'd be concerned about changing it with the upcoming meeting on the horizon. But my only concern in the future is the logistics that I was mentioning yesterday that were a challenge under the previous director, because everyone's not going to have rental cars, and therefore shuttling people in a van to the venue from the hotel or hotels you're dispersed at, shuttling you then somewhere to go get lunch and back is kind of logistically problematic. And it seems to me that probably is still, those issues are still at play here moving forward, unless it was unique to some other event that was going on. So I would just ask that those things are considered, in advance when we do, but I would not be in support of changing it at this short of time.
Yeah, I'd like to jump in for a second. There's no motion on the floor. It's just general discussion on the matter. And as chair, I'm going to try and do my best to avoid making motions from the chair. I just don't think that's a very good practice. But nonetheless, I would be receptive to moving it down to the Kenai as requested if indeed there were facilities available. There apparently are not facilities available. So that pretty much answers that question for me. But I think it would really be fair, if nothing else, with this contentious hearing, and it's contentious every time we come around to it, it's not just one time, that opportunities be given to the communities most affected, and that is Anchorage, the Kenai Peninsula, and Amatsu. And that we make an attempt. I understand you can't implement that in regulation because you can't find future bodies, et cetera. But nonetheless, that it be recognized as something we could start. And if the facilities were available, I would be making such a motion or have encouraged such a motion be made that we start off the Kenai because they've expressed interest not only now but in past meetings as well. And I think it's really something this board should address and should somehow be fair to all the stakeholders throughout the state and throughout South Central. And that would do it. Now, if one of them can't because they don't have facilities, then it goes to the next one in line. So if you started with Kenai, they didn't have facilities, you'd go next to the Matt Valley if they wanted it. And if they didn't have facilities, then you go to the Anchorage alternative and then rotate them. So that's where I'm coming from. But once again, we don't have a motion on the floor, and I'm not going to make any motions from the chair. So that's where I am. Yep. Art?
Just one more. Since we schedule things 2 years out, the consideration of dates and locations for the next Upper Cook Inlet meeting will be on next year's work session agenda. And if it's the desire of the board, as I did with this last, with what we just scheduled at this meeting, I was kind of hands off until you guys picked locations. But if it's the board's desire, I can put in a little work for next year's work session to look at Kenai Soldotna area specifically for a possible future meeting. And then it would be decided at that meeting.
So as it stands now on the request to move to the Kenai for this year's meeting, there's no motion on the floor, and we'll move forward to the request to move the meeting currently scheduled for Cordova, correct? Who? Oh, Marit, go ahead.
Irrespective, Cordova, Kenai, wherever. Where the board sets its meetings is a standing agenda item on every single work session agenda. So if members of the public have strong feelings about where these meetings should occur, I highly encourage them to submit an on-time public comment to the work session, communicating that will to the board or that interest to the board so that we can consider it. I don't think that there was any on-time public comments or RCs that were submitted when the board set its schedule for the Upper Cook Inlet a couple years ago. I could be wrong, but I remember being kind of surprised that there wasn't. And so I think the motion was for Anchorage, and that's kind of how it went. But this is a standing item, so people shouldn't be surprised when it comes up on the board's work session schedule, and just encourage engagement. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Encourage what?
Engagement. Thank you.
Point well taken. But we're dealing with the numerous requests, to change it from Cordova to Anchorage. And like the earlier discussion, if there's no motion, it'll remain where it currently is, which is Cordova. And there were several of us, Anchorage rather, pardon me. Oh, it's Cordova. Unless you know something I don't know, which is quite possible, by the way. There were several of us that attended the meeting in Cordova. I put my comments on the record in Cordova as to the ability to hold a meeting of this nature. And I did not feel that they lived up to the standards necessary for that to happen again, unless they made some changes, primarily having restaurants and a place to eat for members as well as the stakeholders and everyone else that went down there. And it was sorely lacking last time. And I maybe a feeling is quite clear and apparent on the record. I've not heard from Cordova that they've addressed that issue at all. And if it's not going to be addressed, I'll be a vote not to go to Cordova should a motion get on the floor. Mr. Raybung.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe this is out of line for me, but I just want to remind, I was in Cordova too, and it was rough. But it was also like the first thing opening up after the pandemic, and I don't know if people recall that. Everything had been shut down for quite a while, and so it's probably not a fair representation of what would normally have occurred, but I can't speak for Cordova, but that does come to mind for me. Thank you.
Did you want to be recognized, Art?
Oh, Mr. Chair, you had asked me whether I could find out if the restaurant at the hotel, at the Reluctant Fisherman, was going to be open, or what the plan was for that.
That's correct.
I did, our admin staff, in the course of just all the planning for the Cordova meeting, I did ask them to inquire about this, and the response I got, I will just read it to you, was that currently the restaurant at the Reluctant Fisherman will be open for dinner only. This is their current schedule, but things could change by next year. The restaurant has a different owner than the hotel. That's all I got for you.
No, I appreciate you taking that effort. Ms. Godfrey, then Ms. Carlson Van Dorn.
I appreciate Mr. Abram making that comment, because I completely forgot. It was coming right out of COVID, and I did ask a lot of locals, how does a community this size not have some more restaurants that were open in the wintertime? And almost everybody said that, well, they couldn't because of COVID, and they just hadn't reopened yet because supply chain, having workers and all that. So that is probably something that aggravated the experience a bit, and maybe it wouldn't be as bad as it was if not for that factor. So I appreciate that reminder.
Ms. Carlson Van Dorn.
Thank you. And maybe this is a question to Member Carpenter, I'm not sure, but I understand that the ownership of the hotel has recently changed. Do we have assurance that the hotel will be operating year-round or only seasonally, or do we know?
Thank you for the question. There is a new owner, Heli Skiing Business out of Utah, bought half of the business. The restaurant is owned by somebody in Cordova. The hotel is owned by somebody in Cordova. The restaurant and bar is owned by the Heli Ski Company now, which their intentions are obviously to be open during the winter when they're heli skiing. But understanding, maybe I'll elaborate a little bit. I understand, obviously, past members that have been on this board for a while have had maybe an unpleasant experience, and obviously I'm a little prejudiced to this situation and would like the meeting to be held in Cordova, but I understand that it's logistically complicated. I think concerns about, obviously, the board and the staff and the people that come from out of town to be able to find adequate dining experiences and, rooms that are available. It is in the middle of December, which Valdez and Cordova tend to have a lot of snow. I think some of you have experienced that. And so I understand the concerns, and I'm not going to stand in the way. I will say that I'm not sure that the meeting's ever been held outside of Prince William Sound since the 60s. And so that would be a new precedent that's being set. It would be great if we could continue to hold the meeting, because I do think that the amount of participation that you get in towns like Cordova is very high, and I would hate to see that dissipated. But having said that, there's also a lot of people that participate in the dip net and the personally used fisheries and the sport fisheries on the Upper Copper that don't live in Cordova, that have been traveling to Prince William Sound for a long period of time. So I'm not going to stand in the way of the board's decision to move this meeting to a venue where they think is more appropriate. I think that if such a motion was going to be made, I think please pick a central location like Anchorage, and I guess that's all I have to say.
Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Thank you. So I really enjoyed my time in Cordova. Like, I appreciated the community. I mean, there were some logistical challenges, and, we're a little hungry for a while. But I did appreciate the ability to travel to that community and to engage with those stakeholders and see the geography of the fisheries and all that in the area. So I think there's a lot of merit, and I continue to think that there's a lot of merit in having, these regional meetings in region, for sure. That being said, the last meeting was held in Cordova. So this would be a repeat of Cordova. And we did receive a lot of public comment requesting a more centralized location so that other users of the resources in Prince William Sound, Copper River, Upper Copper River could participate more fully. And I have taken that under advisement. I've also had an opportunity to chat with an Upper Copper River resident who also thought that moving the meeting to Anchorage would be beneficial. That being said, if it was moved to Anchorage, I think that there should be a rotation between some of the non-Cordova area users and making sure that that meeting also maintains its presence in either Cordova or Valdez as well. So I'll just offer that on the record. Thanks.
Okay. Just remind the body, we still have no motion in front of us, so if no motion is forthcoming, the meeting will continue to remain in Cordova. Mr. Swenson.
I'll make a motion that we move the meeting to Anchorage from Cordova.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second, Zaray.
Okay. Do you wish to address your motion, Mr. Swenson?
No.
Okay. It's pretty plain on his face.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else wish to address the motion on the floor? Art?
I just want to advise the board that, once again, the dates and locations have been set. We have not inquired about whether there is space available in Anchorage. There very well could be, but I just want to let the board know that if there is not suitable space in Anchorage, then I will report back to you, I guess, is all I'm getting.
How quick can you find that out?
I don't know if I can find it out before we're likely to adjourn today.
No, I didn't expect that.
Oh, I could probably find out by the end of the day today, so.
Okay, because we'll all be here tomorrow, and we can discuss it tomorrow as well, even though it's not on the hatchery agenda. Mrs. Ray, you trying to get my attention?
Well, I was just trying to, yes, Mr. Chair. I wonder if we could, we couldn't make the motion couldn't be to have it moved to Anchorage, but if it's not suitable, we couldn't leave it up to like Art to just put it back in Cordova, right? Can you do that kind of thing?
Good
That's
question.
not a legitimate motion? You just have to make an
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'll just leave it at the Anchorage one then. Yeah, I won't make any try to change
It's
the
not being
motion.
said you can't make an amendment, but that's a vehicle you'd have to use if you want to do that. Do you wish to make an amendment of that nature or not?
I would, if it would, the board would go along with it. Yep.
Well, I don't know if
Well, I
that-
make a
I
motion.
can't answer that until the votes
Okay,
are taken.
I will make a motion to leave it up to Art if he can't find, I trust Art, you know, if he can't find suitable accommodations
Point of
here in
order,
Anchorage.
point of order.
Mr. Godfrey?
There's a motion on the floor. It has or hasn't been seconded?
Yes, it has.
It was seconded?
Yes.
And then you would be offering a motion to amend the motion on the floor, and you have to ask for no objection afterwards.
Yeah, and I'll do that. I'm going to make a motion to amend the motion.
Okay, now you've stated two things. Let's take a 5-minute recess here.
Okay.
Very good idea.
Okay, come over here, Stan.
Let's just see if I can get a quick answer.
Yeah, I think that there's no reason to do this, Dan, personally. I think
Stan? Over this way, Stan. Come on up here. Okay, do we have a body now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Jared's right there. 6, 7. There we go. Okay. We'll resume the meeting, and I think we've got some consensus after listening to our great executive director, and you're not going to, Mrs. Ray, you're not going to make such a motion amended. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair, no motion.
Okay. So what we have in front of us is a motion to move the meeting to Anchorage.
Question.
Question's been called. Please take a roll call.
On the motion to relocate the Prince William Sound meeting to Anchorage. Zaray.
Yes.
John Wood.
No.
Godfrey.
Abstain.
Swenson.
Yes.
Mike Wood.
No.
Carlson Van Dort. Carpenter. No. Motion fails. 3 in favor, 3 against, 1 abstain.
May I ask the basis for the abstention?
Indifference.
There's a lot of motions that I'm indifferent about, Mr. Godfrey. You've got all the facts in front of you. Do you need further facts?
No, I don't. I'm indifferent.
I can't instruct you to vote, but I think that's the expectation of the public, that we all vote on the issues no matter.
Mr.
What
Chair,
the-
it's my prerogative. It's all board members' prerogatives under Robert's rules. I just exercise my prerogative.
Okay. We move forward. It fails on a 3-3 vote, so it still remains in Cordova as of this moment. Any further action to come before us on that matter? Jesus. Seeing none, you've got your answer. It's in Cordova. Okay. That takes care of items number 4 and 5, does it not?
No.
No, unfortunately. So what do we have remaining?
Mr. Chair, when we were examining the cycle workload for this year's meetings, earlier, it was your desire to hold off consideration of potentially altering the duration of the Cook Inlet meeting is the one I had suggested. You wanted to wait until we had an idea of what ACRs the board was going to accept and where they were going to be scheduled. So that brings us back to my recommendation under the previous agenda item that the board consider reducing the duration of the Upper Cook Inlet meeting by 1 or possibly 2 days.
Thank you for keeping me on a straight and narrow. And now that we know that the 4 ACRs that were adopted have been submitted for the Homer meeting, we now can pretty much adopt what we want with the scheduling and the recommendation of Mr. Nelson. Is there a motion on the floor regarding the timing of the meeting cycle?
Mr. Nelson, could you remind the board which tab that was on so I can just look at it before I make a motion, or if I make a motion?
Yes, I can. That was under the miscellaneous tab 4 was the meeting cycle workload memo. If I may, Mr. Chair, I think one of the aspects of the meeting metrics that I'd compiled there for you is on that table 1 on the first page, and it's examining the number of proposals per day based on the proposals we have and the number of days scheduled compared to previous averages. So the long-term average meetings, proposals per day is 17.5 for the Upper Cook Inlet meeting. The way we currently have it as a 13-day meeting, that is 14.2 proposals per day. If we reduce it by 1 day, that puts us at 15.3 proposals per day. And my footnote says if you reduce it by 2, that puts us at 16.7 proposals per day.
Was there not a motion on the floor to adopt the alternate meeting order, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? I'm trying to put 2 and 2 together here.
Different meeting cycle, Mr.
Different
Chair.
meeting cycle,
Yeah.
you're right.
Yep. This is,
Okay.
that was 2 years out. This is this year's meeting durations.
Ms. Carlson-Van Dort.
Mr. Chair, so just a couple of thoughts to offer before a motion is made. I guess from my perspective, I would be reluctant to reduce the Lower Cook Inlet Finfish meeting by any days just because we just scheduled 4 ACRs there. I would also probably be reluctant to reduce the Kodiak Finfish meeting just because I know there, at least in my experience, there's been a real high level of public participation and engagement at that meeting. I don't know whether that's to be expected again, but I would be reluctant to reduce that kind of arbitrarily or on a whim. But with respect to Upper Cook Inlet Finfish, I don't think that you'd see a real issue with reducing that by 1 day since we were, 2 days under the last time. There's a commensurate number of proposals, So I would just offer some of that up for the board's consideration.
Any further discussion? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Art, when you reserve a facility like in Anchorage for 14 days, if you leave early, is there still a cost associated with that? Or is there any sort of refund or anything that the state gets back?
Once we get into a meeting, there is a saving if we change and cancel far enough ahead of time. I'm sorry, I don't have that distance right now. We would not incur a penalty at this point if we reduce the days. But if we went into it, started the meeting planning for 13 days and got done in 11 and left, we are charged for the full term of the contract.
Well, having said that, I think that, obviously, it's not the board that's dealing with the financial obligations here, but I think that we need to take that into consideration when making these decisions and the amount of money that we can save on these budgeted items that the board has. I think Ms. Carlson-Van Dort's idea to possibly reduce the meeting by 1 day and keep the other 2 the same seemed reasonable to me, but that's obviously not a motion, but I could make one if the chairman would like.
Yes, please do.
Mr. Chair, I would move that the Lower Cook Inlet Finfish meeting remain the same, currently the same, the Kodiak Finfish meeting remain the same, but that the Upper Cook Inlet Finfish meeting be reduced by 1 day.
Is there a second?
Second it, Mike Wood.
Okay. Any discussion? Are you asking for the, who was the second? Asking unanimous consent? You asking unanimous consent, Mr. Wood?
And I can ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? You object, Mr. Swenson? Yeah, objection noted.
Well, it seems to me that if Art has these statistics on how many of these things we can, listen to in a day, that in fact, along with the saving money, it would seem to me to be beneficial to, if we get through 17.2 of these things, then we should think about adjusting as to, his math.
Yeah, just to give you the benefit of my experience, it's nice to have statistics such as were provided, but obviously different proposals are going to generate different time requirements to consider. And it seems like UCI in particular has an ability to create some rather controversial issues that require a lot of time to try and resolve, both on the record as well as informal meetings taking place outside the record. But having said that, all these figures are nothing but a best guesstimate. And if Mr. Nelson feels that we can do it in that period of time, he's part and parcel of having it happen. So I'm comfortable with doing what's been put on the floor. Any further discussion?
Is the objection maintained?
Is the objection withdrawn? If not, we'll vote on it either way. Okay.
Let's vote on it.
Objection's not withdrawn. Could you call a roll call, please?
On the motion to keep the duration of the Lower Cook Inlet and Kodiak meetings and to reduce the Upper Cook Inlet meeting by 1 day, John Wood.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Zaray.
Yes.
Swenson.
No.
Godfrey.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Wood. Mike Wood.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We only have one more item, right? Number 6.
That is all we have on miscellaneous business, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so all that is preventing us from adjourning today. What's that?
I wanted to give you an update on the bycatch task force.
Yeah, you're going to get the opportunity.
Okay.
I'm just pointing out to everyone involved that this is the last item preventing us from adjourning, so if we get through it quicker, we adjourn quicker. Commissioner?
Okay, as most of you are aware, the governor created a bycatch advisory task force that worked over 2 years and developed the report that it presented to the governor. Their work was done, the task force was disbanded, but I thought it was important to continue that work, especially in terms of prioritization of the work and identifying how we were going to try to integrate that into our budget as a department, as well as policies that we might bring forward to the board. So I created a Commissioner's Order Number 1, and I guess we never ordered anything under Commissioner's authority, that established another group that would advise me on how we move forward in terms of implementing the bycatch task force's recommendations. And that task force is composed of John Jensen, Kevin Delaney, Brian Gabriel, Linda Kosak, Stephanie Matson, and Karma Ulvey.
Who was the last one?
Karma Ulvey from representing from Native Village of Eagle and Tribal Administrator for the Tanana Chiefs Conference. That group has met twice now, and they determined that it was important to hold public hearings across the state. We held one in Kodiak about 3 weeks ago. We're holding one in Homer in conjunction with the Board of Fish meeting to have another meeting. We also plan to have meetings someplace, probably in Southeast Alaska, as well as probably a meeting in interior Alaska sometime in the future. But I want you to know this is not a report that we see just sitting on the shelf. We're looking at how we can implement that and prioritize that work moving forward at a department level.
Any questions of the commissioner? Thank you, sir. That is the last item on agenda. I've asked Art in future agendas to put on a last item under entitled board comments from members, so that anybody has anything they want to share with the board before we conclude the meeting, they would have the opportunity to do so. And I'm going to, unless I'm instructed otherwise, just give one comment. There's a outfit called the Alaska, I'm making sure I get this correct, Alaska Salmon Research Task Force that is soliciting research needs in the state related to salmon. And they've got a broad membership on it. They met several weeks ago, and I submitted, just as an individual, not representing the board, 9 such research ideas for their consideration. And I shared those with members of this board, so y'all should have received them. That does not include any endorsement by this board or any other entity, but they're just my own personal viewpoints after being on this board as long as I have. There is a preliminary report that is due out October 20th from this group, and then it'll go through some sort of public process, and a final report will be done in the spring. And my understanding is that whatever the conclusions are of this entity, that it'll provide a basis for perhaps some federal funding of the items that they finally end up on. So if anyone else has any ideas, feel free, jump in and give them to them. I'm sure I didn't exhaust everything we need to make decisions on. And some of the members of that task force, one of them sits at the table right here, Mr. Carpenter, if he wants to elaborate further. And Steve, he's gone now, was also a member, or is also a member of that task force. Did I misstate or not state enough? Or?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, unfortunately, I've missed quite a bit due to some medical issues, and so I'm back on the playing field again, and I'm participating again. The only thing that I will say is that the Federal Research Task Force is going to be holding a public meeting in Anchorage in November for a couple days. I believe it's the 14th and 15th. So if the public would like to obviously come and listen to the research ideas that are being discussed on that level, that is an avenue. But other than that, I have nothing else.
Okay, that's the only comments I have. Commissioner?
Yeah, I might just add the department is well represented on that task force moving forward. And I will say that the task force is focused on research, not on management options moving forward. So that was one of my concerns, that they got in front of management, which was really in regulatory authorities of boards. So this is a good opportunity, like the chairman said, to weigh in on what you see as research needs moving forward.
Yeah. Ms. Carlson Van Dort?
Thanks. So I did read your letter, John. I thought it was a lot of good suggestions in that letter. And if there was an interest by either the research committee or interest by members to sort of formalize communications and recommendations to that task force from the board, I'd be interested in considering that and perhaps even taking up something under miscellaneous business or coming through the committee process sooner than later if there was interest. Thank you.
And you are chairman. I've never heard otherwise. You're chairman of that committee. I would highly encourage that. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In addition to what Member Carpenter put on the record about the November 14th and 15th meeting, which will actually be held in this building, I believe that half of both of those days are set aside for public participation in the meeting. So, any member of the public that's here, or I would also encourage any board members to spread that information. And so hopefully that we can have some robust public participation, because we've really set aside quite a lot of time for it. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the only comments that I had. Any other member have any comments before we entertain a motion to adjourn? Quiet bunch. Entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Any objection? Hearing none, we are adjourned.
One final one, board members, this didn't need to be on the record. I need a photo of you guys for the website. And since we're all here, can we just go upstairs where we've got some good light and get a photo?
And we can have more than 3 of us there, right?
You want me to Photoshop heads onto other bodies? No.